1 p.m. The land acknowledgement, I'll now read it. We respectively acknowledge the township of Asphodel-Norwood is located on the Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaty First Nations, which include Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Altarville, Scugog Island, Rama, Bosalee, Georgina Island, and First Nations. The Township of Asphodel-Norwood respectfully acknowledges that the William Treaty First Nations are the stewards and caretakers of these land and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain the responsibilities to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. And I would now invite everyone to pause for a moment of silent reflection and prepare for the council meeting ahead as the gesture of respect and contemplation. I will now ask council members to declare any pecuniary interests in any other matters before this council to state their interest now or at the time of the matter as it arises. Paula and Stephanie.
Can I just have the councilors declare what items they are declaring a pecuniary interest on, please?
Paula?
Yes, for R7 and R8, please. I will have to declare.
Thank you.
And Stephanie?
I also have declared on R7 and R8.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Recommendation that the Council of Asphodel-Norwood Council meeting agenda for February 14th, 2023 be approved as circulated or amended. Can I have a motion, please? Motion by Councillor Ward, second by Councillor Hodge. All in favor of that motion? That motion's carried. Council meeting minutes of January 17th, 2023. Recommendation that the minutes of the regular meeting held on January 17th, 2023 be adopted as presented or and amended. I'm looking for a motion to approve from council of these minutes. Moved by Councillor Walsh, second by Deputy Mayor Burt.
That's as presented.
As presented?
Yes, please.
Okay. All in favor of that motion? Motion's carried. Business arising from the minutes? Councillor or Deputy Mayor Burt.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a quick question, I guess, to our two delegates that went to Roma, and perhaps Candace, and maybe Candace, you'll be covering this in your CAO report. So if you are, we can defer. I just wondered, we had two delegations, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Tourism and Culture, and I just wondered if there's going to be more detail on how those went. We can discuss it here or in a report later on, whether it be liaison or CAO report.
I was going to talk about it in my CAO list, just verbally, as to kind of how it went and what it looked like and next steps. If are we okay to wait till that portion of the meeting?
Yep, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we had it covered somewhere. So thank you.
Awesome. Oh, you're welcome.
Any other business arising? Okay, we'll move on then. Consent agenda. Consent agenda, I am looking for a motion to approve the consent correspondence for the information items C1 through to C7, staff reports R1 through R5 as circulated or amended. Moved by Deputy Mayor Burt.
With a comment.
Question.
Question.
Seconder. moved by Counselor War.
With a comment
Um,
also, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I just a couple of things. C3 and C4, again, back to Roma. I just had a question for the two delegates, certainly very detailed reports. I just wondered, oftentimes you gain most of your knowledge in, speaking one-on-one or in smaller groups with other attendees there. And certainly, Bill 23 and housing and rural healthcare would be kind of at the top of the list for conversations. I just didn't know if there were any other concerns or common denominators from other municipalities that you found helpful, aside from the reports that you gave, within the conference. And then once that's answered, I just want to comment on R1 as well, Mayor.
Counselor Ward.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Burt. The conference was, it was a lot. There was a lot of things to take in, and we certainly went to as many concurrent sessions as possible. I think one theme that I felt that every rural municipality is struggling with is attainable housing. And I'm not sure how that even can be addressed, but I know that was one of the key things, that attainable housing, and that's not affordable housing, it's just being able to attain housing so that you can have people work in your community. And so I felt that that was a big theme that was with talking to other counselors and other staff from other municipalities, that seemed to be a key theme. It was a really worthwhile convention. And if anyone has a chance to look at the TVO's Steve Paikin, the one that they did on the homelessness, and it was probably the highlight of the entire conference. And I know that it's on the website for TVO if anyone wants to check that out. Thank you.
If I can just
Counselor Walsh.
build, yeah, through you, Mayor, if I could just build upon that. I think the other theme that, again, speaking to municipalities of our size, is the concern around doctor recruitment. I think the approach that we're taking in terms of, a new building, and using that as an approach, that building a new building and they will come and providing all the services that they want within that building is an approach that seems to be working elsewhere. But yeah, lots of chatter on doctor recruitment. No one has the golden key answer to it. Everybody's just trying in their own way to try and make it work for their municipalities.
Any other discussion? All in favor of that motion? Hold it, Counselor Burt, or
No,
Deputy Mayor
excuse me.
Burt.
I just wanted to comment on R1 as well. Sorry. So that was the fire report. I
Yes.
just want to make a comment. The fire prevention and outreach activities, really good to see. It's nice that we have that fire prevention officer, and there's certainly a lot more activities going on. And then just a comment for our new council members. Certainly the call comparison for the last 3 years, it looks like it's finally leveling off, which is excellent to see, because we were getting, in 2020, our numbers skyrocketed, or felt like they were. So it's good to see those numbers leveling off. So that's just my comment there. Thank you.
All right, Counselor War.
Yes, I wanted to comment also on R1, if I may, and tag on to what Deputy Mayor Burt was saying. And this may be a question to Candace. I don't know if Daryl's in the building or not, but for the educational expenses for the new recruits, like I know that the older ones have been grandfathered in. Do we have any idea of the costing of those courses yet for the new recruits? Like I know that it's mandated, and I know that you have put some in the budget, but we still don't have any idea of the cost of those courses.
We have an understanding of what the cost of them are today. What I guess our biggest concern is what's going to be the cost of them moving forward now that there's a different mandate in place, and will that affect the fees associated with the mandatory training? So we have went in heavy in training in 2023 in the approved budget, as you know, but we also had 4 recruits that we needed to bring up to standard. So moving forward, you will see an increase in that training line. Once we actually send some of the younger firefighters or new recruits to take part in the mandatory training, we'll have a better idea then of costs moving forward. But there's no concern as to whether their operational budget for the township can absorb it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Just through you, Mayor.
Yes,
Just a couple. One would be around C1 and the Autonomy Region Conservation Authority and their seedling program.
yes.
I did speak to Candace yesterday, hoping that once that program actually does roll out through Orca, that we would be able to promote it on social media for any resident or community that was interested in purchasing seedlings. But Candace, I believe we haven't got all the full details on that at this point, correct?
Right. As soon as any communications go out on the social media, we will definitely share it and ensure that it goes out. It's on the radar. So as soon as it goes out, we'll give it a share.
Okay, awesome.
Uh,
And just quickly on, if I can, on one more, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
R3, again, just a comment. Great to see the community center canteen back operational. Sounds like it's busy, and nice to hear that we're getting good comments on our food, that we're providing good quality food for people that are using the canteen.
Yes, I was reading that too, Councillor Walsh. There is a lot of activity on that canteen. And I think everybody has seen the Autonomy Conservation Authority minutes. That's why you brought up about the trees. I hope you've seen that the one family down near Keene was one of the recipients of one of the awards for land management of their property with the trees. Carrying on, any other discussion? Can I have a motion on it? Or the motion has been presented. All in favor of that motion to proceed? All in favor, good, carried. We now have 2 delegations here today. The first one we have is Eric and Carrie from Campbellford Memorial Hospital with us to present an update of the redevelopment plan. And that's Eric Hanna and Carrie Hayward. Eric, would you care to speak?
I would, thank you very much. I sent in a deck. I'm not too sure if somebody would like me to share my screen, or you want me to do that? I see Candace, okay.
Yeah, I have given you the ability to share, and then you're kind of in control of your own destiny there, but I can assist if needed.
That could be a trouble right there, but okay. Okay, just 1 second, see if I can do it. See this one not, there we go. Can people see that one then? Are we there?
Don't see anything there.
Yeah, this is a delay.
Might be a delay, but
Oh, just 1 second. I hit share, try this again.
here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, let me just try with that anyway, but thank you very much, everybody, for allowing us to provide this update. I've got to say it was a great conversation, Mayor and Councillor, to hear everybody talking about the challenges in rural healthcare. It resonates with all of us here. I've been going around doing these updates, if you will, to many council meetings, and majority of them, an awful lot of people are talking about road closures and those type of things, private right of ways, and I'm so grateful to hear that you folks are taking such a strong interest in healthcare and understanding that there is a role for municipalities to play. So hopefully today what you'll find is just an update on the Campbellford Memorial Hospital redevelopment, and certainly at the end of it, I'll ask Carrie just give you a perspective, because she lives in your neck of the woods. I'm a little bit further east on Belmont Lake. I'm the interim CEO of the hospital. Came out of retirement 15 months ago. It was supposed to be for 5 months, but I'm still here. But I will be retiring at the end of March again, and going back to retirement then. What I wanted to do then was just to give you some idea of what was happening then at CMH. This is not today's, this is actually November's, but it's very, very similar today. What you will find is that our hospital has 44 beds, and you will see that we're currently running at about 126% occupancy, which means then that we have people in non-traditional spaces, and one of the places where we have people is in the emergency department. When that happens, that means we have less capacity in the hospital to address the emergency department visits. And as a result, then what you see down here is this particular day, 49 people came to the emergency department seeking care, but unfortunately 15% of the people left without being seen. And that's not a good sign. That means that people are having to wait longer than what we would normally like. And in this particular case, it's likely because we just couldn't get the throughput through because we had 6 patients that were awaiting admission to the hospital. The other thing that is there and is very prevalent as well is the fact that we have a whole bunch of people here who don't need to be here and they should be in long-term care. And in this particular case, alternate level of care. And certainly your community, Havelock, and ourselves are all in the throes of expanding long-term care. But until that happens, we regrettably have a number of people who are here who shouldn't be here. And we would look forward to having the nursing home in your area as well as the ones in Campbellford and Havelock come on board. That will reduce some of the pressures. I use the other slide here to show as well that as you folks know as well, we're in a unique position, and you'll see in this particular area we have ambulances from Peterborough, we have ambulances from Hastings Quinte, and then we have ambulances from Northumberland. So we're at that crux, and so what's important that I think we stress to you, and I did to the folks in Brighton as well. Campbellford plays a very significant role. And partners very well and can do more, partnering with organizations such as Peterborough or Quinte or Northumberland. And so we will continue to do that and enhance that. Our redevelopment is, as I say to people, it's not just a coat of paint. It requires a significant upgrade. And in fact, we've come to the conclusion right now that we can't upgrade the existing facility. It's too far beyond its useful life. The hospital is 70 years old, and the most recent addition that was put on was 1986 when they added the emergency department. We are in need of an additional $26 million in investments. That's in addition to the $13.1 million that David Piccini just put in. And earlier this week, I submitted a request for another $15 million of upgrades that are required. And as you folks would know as well, one of the concerns that's there, we use the phrase that Daryl Cramp and other MPPs have been telling me, we need to be very careful that we don't just keep on throwing good money after bad. And I'm quite concerned about that as well. There's a balance in trying to say we need to keep the facility open, but at the same time, let's be frugal in what we do. If we knew that we're going to be building a new hospital, then certainly we could reduce some of these ongoing investments. The biggest concern that is there right now is that we are not built for today's infections. And what's had to happen in the past twice when we had large number of COVID patients, public health had to come in and actually asked us and told us to stop admissions to our medical inpatient unit. So you present yourself to the emergency department with pneumonia or COPD, something that's very basic that we should be doing, and we would not be able to admit you because we couldn't segregate the patients. And the reason why is because that floor where the medical unit is right now with 34 beds was built in 1953. And you can appreciate that the standards from 70 years ago just do not allow us to keep up to speed with today's infection prevention and control standards. We don't have enough capacity as well. So the emergency department, the medical unit, as I said, 70 years ago with 34 beds. And we oftentimes have to accommodate people in the day surgery area, which means then we have to cancel the day surgery. And the emergency department, built 40 years ago, was not designed for the volume of patients that we see today as well. I talked about this earlier about some of the recent investments that we did secure. So we are putting in new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. We are also putting in a new generator. And the question that I get asked all the time is, can we move that generator to the new hospital when we build the new hospital? I said, no, you can't, because the problem is that generator needs to be here right up until the day that you move everybody into the new facility, and the old facility, you have to commission everything. So we are likely going to be spending $5 million on a generator system that we don't need to spend. But at the same time, our generators don't start, and that's a problem when we're in power outages. Our facility, again, similar to yours, you folks are a little bit further out of the gate. We were just approved, our community, to go from the Burnbury Gardens up to 128 beds from its current 43. You folks, I think, are going from 60 to 96, which is great. But in our particular case as well, if our facility does not redevelop by 2025, they are likely having their license canceled and potentially moving the long-term care facility to another area. As well, our nursing home right now does not have fire sprinklers, and that would have to be put in place by 2025. So we want to build what we refer to as a campus of care. And similar to what you folks were talking about, what does it take to attract physicians to our communities? It's the same type of thing that we're looking at here. What does it take to be able to attract healthcare professionals to our community as well, in the hospital in particular? And my background was in the community of Arnprior, where the hospital ran a nursing home and senior centers and a number of different things. And as a result, then we were able to share staff and create a very attractive opportunity for people to work and come and work in Arnprior. And the same type of thing is here. If we can co-locate on the same campus as the long-term care, we might be able to recruit a care of the elderly physician. We might be able to recruit a geriatrician who may want to come out and do more services, because you've consolidated care in one spot where these specialists can come and make it worth their while. We also believe as well that we could cost share on things such as the water, the sewer, the hydro, etc. And so it has significant HR implications as campus of care, as well as operating and capital costs. So you may have heard, and for this is the harder part of the presentation when I'm going out to talk to Madoc and Marmora, and they will say, well, you put the hospital on the wrong side of the bridge. We in fact moved the hospital closer to you folks in Norwood. So this is an easier presentation. When you go to Marmora and Madoc, it's kind of like, why didn't you put it on the other side of the bridge? Well, the land wasn't quite there, and Kerry was a part of that discussion as well. Jim Curl is giving us 48 acres of land on County Road 30 that is there. It creates a huge opportunity for us. And by that, I'm saying the hospital will probably take 10 acres of land. The nursing home is maybe 5 acres of land. Look at the space that we've got left to do different things. And it was interesting when you folks were also talking about the housing, et cetera, to attract people as well. So the same type of thing. Can we build something where we could do some joint educational facilities with Trent or some of the colleges, et cetera? Can we put in some supportive housing, et cetera? So those are the exciting things that are there. In the short term, we know that we just have the potentially the medical office building and our community programs, as well as the hospital and the long-term care facility. But this is coming forward, and this donation was just secured, as you folks know. I think it was in the summertime when we finalized that. We also have a full-fledged memorandum of understanding with Omni Homes, who is the same facility in your place, to build on this land as well. And Omni Homes is sort of looking at this area of the land as well, closer to town, allowing us full access to the rest of it. So where are we at right now? I do want to say thank you very much for all of your ongoing support in the past. I can say as well that similar to you, you talked about the Roma convention. That was my first time at being Roma. We too did meet with the ministers as well. We met with the Minister of Health and Minister of Long-Term Care. I don't remember seeing you folks there, but it was a kind of a whirlwind tour. 15 minutes is not is kind of short and sweet to get your message across, but we did it, and we presented our pitch again to those folks. I can tell you that the Minister of Health, Paul Calandra, is 110% behind this, but there are some reservations from the Minister of Long-Term Care, and just saying that there are, you know, competing priorities, et cetera, and huge pressures on us. And as a result, then we have not yet received the planning grant to move forward with the hospital. We do have all 4 MPPs in our area. So the 2 Smiths, Dave Smith, Todd Smith, Rick Brise, and David Piccini, have all expressed their support as well. And as you folks know as well, that's really important. Going in and saying this redevelopment project is only going to benefit David Piccini in Northumberland is a tough act to follow, and saying, well, but you're supporting a smaller community, why not support Markham, et cetera. So having all 4 of them there is there. I would say that, and one of the things that maybe Carrie can talk to you about, continuing to make sure that we have, in particular, Dave Smith and Rick Brise and David Piccini engaged in supporting this is very, very important. And I understand Rick Brise, you know, he looks after Napanee Hospital as well, and the same type of thing with Dave Smith as well. He's supporting Peterborough Hospital, but all of our plans that we are doing complement those ones. So maybe what I will do is I will stop sharing then now, and then I will turn it over to Carrie, and then we can open it up for some questions. You're okay with that, Mayor? Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just thank you very much. I'm Carrie Hayward. I'm a member of the Campbellford Board. Proud to say that my mom is one of your residents, and I'm just below your boundary. So I'm pretty close to Norwood, but she's proud of all of you. I did want to just echo what Eric said. Our hospital is in such a unique location between the other more regional and larger hospitals. And because it's a small rural hospital, it's really important to our residents, who I think feel much more comfortable going there. It's a little smaller, it's not as intimidating. And certainly depending on what the particular needs you have, you know, if you go to Campbellford, you aren't going to have a very long wait to be seen at our hospital. So it's got a long history in the community and playing a really important role, and we'll continue to do that going forward. One of the things we'll be looking forward to doing as we secure a planning grant is thinking about really what are the unique needs of our municipalities that are served by the hospital, and as the population's growing and changing, and how do we adapt to that so 70 years from now we'll be able to be continuing to meet the needs not only of our senior residents but the new residents coming into our geography. So really appreciate the time with you today, and your continued support, advice, and insight.
I just have one comment there, Eric, and it is taxing the system of the long care in the hospitals. I do know that, being on Fairhaven. And as you mentioned, that you have patients in there that shouldn't be in there. They should be in long care homes. A lot of them long care homes are full to the max. There's 1,000 people on the waiting list, I know, in Peterborough at Fairhaven. And I do agree with you that there is people that are in that hospital that need to be out of those beds, to have those beds available for operations, etc. People are being put off in their health care there. Any other comments, councillors? Deputy Mayor Burt.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. That's very good. Just a couple of comments. I think that idea of the healthcare campus is a great idea, and certainly we need to, you know, think outside the traditional roles of a hospital and create those partnerships, not only for you know, efficiencies in the finances, but all over staffing efficiency. So I do really like that. But yeah, kind of similar to what our mayor was saying, I think of it as this never-ending circle, and you've got the issues at long-term care where there's not enough beds. You have the lack of primary care and family doctors, which impacts the emergency departments. Our paramedics are stuck in offload, so can't get to other calls. We have lack of home care to allow people to stay in their homes longer. And we're trying to fix one issue, and it's many, many other compounding issues that also need fixed at the same time. So it feels certainly from a council standpoint, and I'm sure your standpoint, you're just juggling all these balls, and we can't do it well because everything needs fixed at once. And I don't have the answer. We're trying, everybody's trying at many different levels, but it's not easy. So that was just my comment, but thank you for the work you're doing.
No, I'd agree. It's very complex, and you can't, if you fix one bit, then the bubble just bursts in another side, etc. Right? And I think when we come to do the more detailed planning of the hospital, for example, right now I can tell you that we need 50 beds. I can't tell you though, what is that mix? How many of them should be there for people to come from Peterborough to get them out after surgery to come back? We need to do that type of planning. We need to figure out as well, if you don't have as many ALC patients, who else are you going to have in there, or are you going to have fewer beds? So all of that has to happen, and we refer to that planning happens in the planning grant that we're expecting to get. And I think that will really force us to come together. We're strengthening the relationships with people now, and I think that will be helpful. And I think as well, Mayor and council members, if you are out and recruiting physicians, sometimes they're looking to do things in hospitals. Now, I'm dating myself. I guess I've been doing this for 34 years. But 20 years ago, when I was recruiting physicians to Arnprior, an awful lot of them wanted to come and work in our communities, and they said, but I want to be able to work in the hospital. I want to do a couple of emerge shifts. I want to be able to do surgical assists. If you folks, when you're starting to recruit your physicians as well, need to offer that type of opportunity for physicians, please reach out. We've got to do this collectively together. I'm not saying it's not as prevalent now as what it was before. 20 years ago, many docs would say, that's what I want. I want to work in a little bit in the hospital. More of them now are saying not, but some of them want to. Some of them want to be able to see their patients over here. Some of them want to be able to come and do the odd emergency shift because they don't want to lose their skills. But I think that's where this degree of collaboration and having these type of discussions with you folks doing physician recruitment and saying, we're willing to do that. You may have to have the same discussions at Peterborough, fair enough. But sometimes I can tell you right now that some of our physicians live in your community. They work in Norwood, but they do our emerge shifts because they want to come work here. So we're happy to, I think all of us coming together and brainstorming, what is it? This isn't about Campbellford versus Norwood. This is, as you said, Lori, about how do we work together as a system to attract these health human resources.
Any other questions for Eric or Carrie? Councillor Walsh.
Just through you, Mayor, and it really is just to echo what both our mayor and deputy mayor said. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very, very informative, and yeah, it certainly is a very complex situation. The idea with the long-term care home and Omni potentially losing their license by 2025, that's kind of a scary thought. Would it be a situation that portion moves into the campus of care area first before the hospital? If it was a matter of them potentially losing their license, I know you lose some of the cost efficiencies of one being there ahead of the hospital, but is that a potential solution that may end up happening?
And that's what the Minister of Health asked us to consider. We went back to the donor and he said, no, he's not interested. He has a vision for a campus. He has a vision for a hospital, etc. And he said, I don't want to, if you will, weaken my hand and like I do that. But he said, my community wants to have an integrated campus of care. And some of that as well, I think you folks can say that. And I've got an awful lot of time and respect for Omni. You folks have worked, I've worked with those guys for 10 years in previous roles. I like working with them, but sometimes, you know what, they're private sector. And some of these guys would say, why am I giving the private sector land? You know, it's not like it's a municipal home or something like that. So I tried that and he said, no, he doesn't want to. So
fair enough statement. And I guess quickly, if I can, my second question is, you mentioned that Sylvia Jones, the Minister of Health, was not quite as committed to the whole sort of project, and really for you, the next step is getting that that planning grant. Anything we can be doing to help? I guess is the question.
She's committed to it. I think what she's saying is there are a number of other hospitals that are out there that need to be redeveloped. Why do we need to do yours? And so that's where I'm saying you're gonna put another $15 million into this facility. Why do you keep on doing that? Doesn't make any sense. You are likely your government supports a campus of cares. You're going to miss out on that. If Omni pulls out, then we don't have a campus of care as being one of the key tenants as well. And so we've suggested that to her. The other thing that she suggested as well is that the pressure right now, because of the approved projects, are well over budget. Well, you folks would be well aware of that, right? Anything that was tendered 2 years ago, guess what? It's billions of dollars more. At the same time, you know, I'm optimistic, and I've got an interview with Checks TV in another hour or so. I'm optimistic with this new federal government funding, it will free up some additional money so they can get on with some more of these facility redevelopments. You know, I think we're very confident it will get approved. I'm just worried that it may not be for 18 months, 2 years. And by then we've missed the opportunity for a campus of care. And everybody, I was just off the phone this morning with Mary Lee Fullerton. She's the former minister of long-term care. And she said, Eric, you got to keep pushing this. This is what we need. We need these. You can't keep on doing these silos. So that's the part. So I guess what I'd ask then, Councillor, for you folks to, if you can, reach out to MPP Smith and explain to him how this is important for your community. And we are committed, and we have had ongoing discussions with Peterborough. When we look at Peterborough Hospital, it's our #1 referral. Our lab people come from there. Our diagnostic imaging, most of our surgery goes there. They do not want, they want us to be there because, as I said to them, you don't want 20,000 more emergency visits. No, we don't. We want to start doing things like pediatric oncology. And we don't want another 34 people with diabetes and pneumonia. We want to do more complicated surgery. You fill a vital role for Peterborough to turn into their big tertiary care center. And at the same time, what we're saying is we want to support you become a bigger tertiary care center. So I get it, Minister Smith, that you want to, you know, have Peterborough go ahead, but they need us and we need them. So please advocate for both. Would be if you could have that message to him, that would really, really help us.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric and Carrie, for your presentation. And I'd like to call on a motion to receive the Campbell for our CMH redevelopment plan, February 2023 update presentation for information. Can moved by Deputy Mayor Burt, seconded by Councillor War. All in favor? That motion's carried. Thanks again for your delegation and your presentation.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Carrie Snoddy, Manager of Waste Management for Peterborough County, with us to present the Blue Box transition to producer responsibilities.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. Can everyone see my presentation okay?
Yes,
Great.
I can.
Okay.
Everyone else? Yeah, carry on, Carrie.
So I'm here today to give you an update on the Blue Box transition to producer responsibility, get your council up to speed on the changes that are coming, as well as future decisions that you'll have the opportunity to make this year on how Asphodel-Norwood moves forward in this new Blue Box program. So to start off, what is producer responsibility? It's a regulatory approach to waste management where the producers, companies that are making and importing these products into Ontario, will be responsible for the waste that's generated from them, as well as responsible for the cost to recycle them. In Ontario, the Blue Box program is transitioning from the current model, which is a shared industry funding model, to one of producer responsibility. So the shared industry funding model that I mentioned on this slide, you can see on the left, this is the current model.
where producers make products, residents consume them, they put the waste from them in the recycling, and then the local government operates that blue box program, collects the material, recycles it, and we receive about 50% of our costs are offsetted from the producers. In the producer responsibility model, the new model on the right, it takes out local government. Essentially, it makes producers responsible to operate the blue box program, and they will be responsible for all the costs to do so, and they will run the program on behalf of all of the local municipalities. There are a couple of pieces of legislation that are relevant to this and that are driving this change in Ontario. So the first is the original legislation, the Environmental Protection Act and Ontario Regulation 10194. This legislation requires municipalities to operate a blue box program. This was amended in 2021, and it allows this to wind down and allows municipalities to transition this over to the producers under the new legislation. And the new legislation was passed in 2016 by the provincial government, the Waste Free Ontario Act. And within that is the Waste Diversion Transition Act and Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Act. The main purpose behind this legislation is to create more of a circular economy by making producers responsible for these recycling programs. Many of these programs have already transitioned to producer responsibility, like batteries, electronics, hazardous waste, tires, and now the blue box is transitioning. It's the last one to transition. It's the largest program to transition. In 2021, the blue box regulation was formed under this legislation, and this has all of the specific information in it on what the producers have to do, what targets they have to meet. The current blue box program in the county and all of the townships within the county works by Peterborough County administering the program on behalf of the townships. The county holds a contract with Mterra, who performs curbside collection, depot collection, and processing of the recyclable material. The county submits an annual report each year to the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, and that has all of the costs in it. And so that's how we receive that 50% of our costs back through funding from the producers. And the county currently supplies the infrastructure, so those front end bins that you'll see at the transfer stations where people can drop off their recycling, to the townships to allow the blue box collection at the township owned transfer stations and depots. So shifting into the new program, Producer Responsibility Program, under this program, there are eligible sources and non-eligible sources. Eligible sources are the types of properties that producers are required to collect from. So they have to collect from residences, so single family houses and seasonal homes. They have to collect from facilities, which would be multi-residential buildings, not-for-profit long-term care homes, retirement homes, and schools. And they also have to collect from public spaces. There are also non-eligible sources, which I'll get into at the end of this presentation, that they're not required to collect from. In the new program, there'll be a transition period where each municipality has been assigned a transition date throughout Ontario. The transition period starts July 1st of this year, and it will go to the end of 2025. And each township in Peterborough County has been assigned a transition date by the Ministry of Environment of January 1st, 2024. Municipalities can choose to negotiate with a producer responsibility organization or producers to continue service delivery during this transition period, or they can fully divest their responsibility. And the County of Peterborough has chosen to divest responsibility on January 1st, 2024. The post-transition period will be January 1st, 2026 and afterwards. And so at this point, producers will be fully responsible for all aspects of the blue box program. So running the program, the communications, replacing blue boxes, dealing with concerns, calls, complaints from residents. And so again, all townships have been given the transition date of January 1st, 2024. So what types of materials are included in this new program? During the transition period from till the end of December of 2025, the producers have to essentially operate what we're operating now. So what's recyclable now in Peterborough County will be recyclable for that 2-year period. And then starting in January 1st, 2026, producers have a new list of designated materials in the regulation that they have to collect and recycle. And on this slide, it shows typically types of material that are collected in Blue Box in each municipality now, and then the new list on the right-hand side. Essentially, the new list is a improved list, so everything that the county currently recycles will still be recyclable in this new producer responsibility program, and new materials will be added. So new materials like single-use products like cutlery, straws, plates, styrofoam, things like that will all be added to the new Blue Box program. And this further demonstrates on the left, this is the current state where each municipality in Ontario has a different list of what's recyclable, what's not. What's recyclable in Peterborough County might not be recyclable in Toronto or Kawartha Lakes or any other municipality, whereas starting in 2026, there will be one consistent list across the entire province. It's also important to note the difference between producers and producer responsibility organizations. So producers are the brand holders, importers, retailers of the products that contain Blue Box material. It's any company that sells a product containing this material into Ontario. And so this includes grocery store foods with packaging, retail store items with packaging, and fast food packaging. A producer responsibility organization is one entity that producers can sign on with. They represent the producers. And so they basically manage the program on behalf of the producers. The producers can pay their fees into this producer responsibility organization, and they will do the work for them. So this is an example on the left. These are typical producers in Ontario. These are the large producers. We've all heard of these. And this on the right-hand side is the producer responsibility organization that they've all signed on with, Circular Materials Ontario, or CMO, and CMO will operate the program on their behalf. CMO is the majority pro in Ontario. There are 4 or 5 pros, but because they have the most producers signed on with them and they're the largest pro, they are going to be responsible for the overall common collection system. So they'll procure and award agreements for collection and consolidation of Blue Box materials. They've hired a company called Reverse Logistics Group to help arrange and manage their agreements. And so municipalities have to share critical details about our current programs and eligible sources to them before the transition period to make sure it's a smooth handover of responsibility. So Circular Materials will oversee the common collection system. They'll make sure curbside and depot collection of the Blue Box for all eligible sources happens throughout the entire province. They'll determine the location of the receiving facilities, so that's where the recyclable material will be consolidated, and they'll also determine where the material recycling facilities will be as well. So given the extensive scope of work and limited timeline that CMO has to implement this province-wide Blue Box collection system, they presented an offer, a standard offer to all municipalities in Ontario, requesting they provide Blue Box services during the transition period. So municipalities can either opt into this offer or opt out. Municipalities wanting to provide collection services can opt in by signing agreements with commercial terms set by CMO and become a contractor to CMO to operate the existing Blue Box program during the transition period. And then municipalities not wanting to provide collection services can opt out, and then CMO will secure arrangements with an alternative service provider. So what they've said is that if the municipality opts out, they'll go directly to the municipality's contractor. So in our case, that would be Mterra, to offer them the same offer to collect during the transition period. So Peterborough County Council, as I mentioned, decided to opt out of all services, and there's a link to the council report from that in December in the presentation. Because of this, there's an opportunity for townships to contract with CMO if you'd like to for depot operations. And this would allow CMO to use the township transfer stations or depots to meet their legislative requirements. Townships would be compensated for this service. So since Peterborough County's opted out, CMO has approached our current contractor, Amterra. They've offered them an agreement to continue to service all townships through the transition period for curbside collection, as well as collection from the transfer stations. And CMO is required by the legislation during the transition period to collect blue box material from the same number of depots or transfer stations that are currently being used in each township during the transition period. So to meet their requirements, they're offering contracts to the townships for depot operations to allow them to continue to use your depots. If you decide not to work with CMO and opt out, they would be required to open up a new location in your township where residents can drop off recycling during the transition period. So if you opt in, you would sign a contract with CMO for depot operations. There are pros and cons to this. So a couple pros would be that the blue box services would remain at the current transfer station. This is the most convenient option for residents. And townships would receive payments from CMO for blue box operations. Some cons would be townships will have to agree to CMO's contract terms. We haven't seen the contract yet that they're offering. And the payments will be standardized for all townships. So they won't be based on your actual costs. CMO will come up with a standard payment that they deem is fair for each township, and then each township would get the same payment. If you opt out and you do not sign with CMO, no longer collect blue box material, some pros to that would be that you'd have no responsibility anymore for the blue box program at the transfer station. You wouldn't have to follow the CMO's contract's terms. You'd also potentially have additional space at the transfer station to use for other diversion programs because those front-end bins for the blue box would no longer be there. Cons are that CMO would have to offer the blue box depot service at another location in the township, so this is less convenient for residents, and the townships wouldn't receive payments. And so something specific to Asphodel-Norwood as well is that after the transition period, so starting in 2026, CMO is only required to offer depot drop-off service locations in areas where not every resident has curbside collection. So come 2026, they may make the decision that they don't want to offer that service at your transfer station anymore. And so they basically have an option to cancel your contract at that time if you did contract with them. So as far as next steps, CMO has scheduled a meeting with each township. I think the meeting for Asphodel-Norwood is on March 2nd. That's the initial meeting. Township staff will be there as well as county staff to help assist with anything and start conversations with CMO on this. CMO is also currently working on a standard contract document for the townships. And so we've asked that they provide that before that meeting. So that way township staff have a chance to look at it before the meeting to be able to ask any questions. CMO is also presenting a standard payment model, and we haven't seen that yet either. So we've asked for that to be available before that first meeting in March as well. As far as the site infrastructure, the county currently owns the front end bins at the depots, but there's an opportunity for the county to transfer ownership of the bins either to the contractor, Amterra, or the townships. And then once the townships have met with CMO and reviewed the offers, township councils can determine whether you would like to opt in or out. And county staff are here to assist wherever we can. And then the last piece that I want to talk about, I know it's a lot of information to go through very quickly, but is the non-eligible sources that I mentioned at the beginning. So all of these locations on the right-hand side of the slide Commercial properties, municipal properties, daycares, places of worship, camps are all considered non-eligible under this regulation. So producers do not have to collect from them. They've said that they will collect it during the transition period only. They'll allow that material to be mixed in, but that the cost to recycle that material will come off of payments to the townships, or the county would have to pay for the curbside collection of that separately. So the county is currently looking at options, county staff are currently looking at options on how we can manage these locations going forward. The county's contractor currently collects from about 600 of these locations curbside. About 57 of them are in Asphodel-Norwood. They're also currently able to use the transfer stations for recycling drop-offs. So we're looking at options to present to county council on whether the county continues to provide curbside collection to these sources starting in 2024 and how we might fund this program. So we've essentially highlighted 3 different options of what we can do. I won't get into too much detail, but for curbside collection, the county could continue to collect and we could fund this through the residential and commercial tax levies. So this is how the Blue Box program is currently funded. Residents are subsidizing the cost for the commercial locations that use the program. So that's one option. The second option would be to continue to collect separately, and this would be paid for by the commercial tax levy only. So since they are the properties that be receiving this service, we would only collect taxes from those locations. And then option 3 would be that we stop collecting from these locations and that these commercial locations would be responsible for having their own private contract for Blue Box collection. County staff will be surveying these locations. So we have a list of all the locations that we currently collect from, and we're going to survey them on their preferred option. Mainly, we just want to communicate with them, make sure they know that this change is coming so they're not blindsided in 2024 when this change occurs. So if you do receive any inquiries on this, please feel free to pass them along to county staff to help answer their questions. And then as far as the transfer stations or depots, if you do contract with CMO, they are offering to collect non-eligible sources mixed in with the eligible source material during the transition period, and they would deduct the cost to do that from the payments. They will assume that 25% of the material in the bins is from non-eligible sources, unless we can prove otherwise. So they've come up with a few different methods for determining an actual percentage, and we're working with township staff on working through that because I think it's definitely lower than 25%, and we want to get the payments reduced as much as possible if you do contract with CMO. So we don't want them to be deducting payments that is unnecessary. Okay, and finally, to summarize, all townships transition to producer responsibility January 1st, 2024. The county's opted out of providing Blue Box service. CMO will be responsible for providing a contractor for curbside collection and collection at depots. CMO is interested in working with townships for depot operations so they can use your transfer station during the transition period. And they have set up meetings with township staff. County staff will continue to work with the townships on the non-eligible source options at depots. We'll be sending out surveys to non-eligible sources soon in Q1 of this year. County council will determine how to move forward with the non-eligible sources, and county staff are available to assist townships wherever needed. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Carrie, for your presentation. I'll invite council now for discussion. Any questions of Carrie? Deputy Mayor Burt?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you, Carrie, for the very detailed report. I know certainly at county we've been dealing this for quite a while, and it doesn't really get any clearer every time I see it. It's still a bit of a mess. But I guess one question I have, certainly the big concerns of the non-eligible commercial entities and that sort of thing. And I know we're certainly not the first province doing this type of blue box transition. I believe, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's BC, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba that have some form of this. Have they established best management practices for that part of their collection? Have things worked? Haven't things worked? I'm just wondering, are we reinventing the wheel when we don't need to? I just wondered if you had any insight on that part of it.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. It really depends from municipality to municipality. So we're finding that that's been the case. British Columbia, I think, was the first province to transition, and there was a huge variance on whether they wanted to work with the producers, whether they collected non-eligible sources. And we're seeing that in Ontario as well. There are some municipalities who are saying, we're just going to cut off collection. I saw an article the other day in Guelph where they sent a letter to all over 200, I think, commercial businesses saying, we're not going to collect your recycling anymore. And it was causing a huge uproar there. So I think it varies. It definitely varies. It's very unfortunate that these locations were not included in the regulation. They should be. There's no difference. It's all recyclable material that producers are creating, whether it's at a business or at a home. So unfortunately, I don't really have a great answer to that question other than it's very varied. And so we're looking at that and trying to come up with the best solution for the county moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And just one more comment. Certainly in the post-transition, when the communications and the complaints and all of that goes to them, that's going to be a mess. I would not want to be on the end of that because I think that's going to be a tough one. And you have a lot of questions here, so I will.
Councillor Hodge-Greaves next.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I did read it on my own the other day, but hearing you explain it in detail was very helpful. And there are a lot of pieces in the puzzle. Thank you for your clarity. I guess Lori's Deputy Mayor's comments and questions did raise my concerns when I read it, was also the non-eligible and trying to figure out how to best manage that. And sadly, there's not a magic solution to that one. So, because I also was looking at it from, some of the things like a church, and I attend a church that has not many people, and you think they don't produce that much recycling, and yet now they would have to pay for a contractor. So it's those small things that I think I see Candace pulling her hair out in the future about the complaints that we will get. But thank you for the presentation. It's a lot to think about, and that's it. Thank you.
CAO White. Candace?
Yeah, so there's going to be a wig in the budget in 2025 for me to replace all the hair that I have pulled out. You're quite right. Just a couple of things. So we are going through an exercise to determine our 25% threshold to try to reduce that. Obviously, we don't know. We could be putting time into an exercise that doesn't save us a lot of money, or it could be very fruitful because we have no idea really what the costing breakdown looks like. I did attend a session at Roma and where the minister was speaking on this exact topic, and he was questioned pretty heavily about why C&I, commercial industrial, was not included. He did allude to the fact that it's coming. It's like this is a phased approach that potentially down the road, but of course no timelines were given as to exactly what that looks like. But that's probably the biggest pushback that they're receiving in regards to this regulation and legislation, is that we're not doing a full transition, and we have properties that, from my perspective, are the most difficult to deal with when it comes to getting rid of the recycling. So township staff are meeting on March 2nd. That is quite right, with CMO to determine at least first steps of what this is going to look like for us. Obviously, we are only one of 2 municipalities that have full curbside, and we also have the depot at the transfer station. And we'll be bringing a staff report forward as soon as we can after that, once we're comfortable that we have enough information to provide council to make a decision as to which way we want to go. Prior to heading into that meeting, because I could be enlightened on something that I'm unaware of, but entering into that, I don't know how we remove curbside from those ineligible sources. We have to come up with some sort of solution that works for them. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of requests for Public Works to go pick up recycling. So I think we have to put a solution in place to deal with it, and whether that's countywide or individually, we'll have to wait and see what that looks like. But I am definitely leaning towards not just leaving them to their own vices. One quick thing before I'm done is, Carrie, I'm just wondering if we could, you said Q1 in 2023, surveying the ineligible locations in our townships. Just wondering if we could get some communications out as like something we can put out on social media. We have some communications going out the door in our municipality here in the next week or two that we could just say, keep your eye out, survey is coming, versus here's the survey, just kind of advising them that a survey is coming. If we could maybe get something, we would gladly push it through all of our channels, because the more of them that actually complete that survey, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. And yes, so just to comment on that, I can definitely send you some wording if you want to include some communications on that. And what we're planning on doing is sending a letter to each of these non-eligible locations, because we do have their addresses that we collect from, with an explanation of the survey and then kind of a link to where they can access the survey from. So we do want to reach out to all of them. But yeah, the more communication we can get on it, the better.
Can we get a copy of that letter too?
Yeah.
That's going out, just because we'll probably be receive the phone calls, just so we can kind of see what it is that they've received, so we can answer appropriately or not answer, whatever the case may be. That would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor War.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm just to take on what everyone was saying. I was going to ask about how do the inquiries go forward for people that may not be eligible for future pickup. The second question, you did have a slide that showed a lot of the producers, like well-known producers. At this point, how many producers, if you do know the number, have signed on? And so what happens if people don't sign on, like the producers don't sign on?
Through the mayor, I don't have access to that information. It's all organized by the province through their compliance agency, which is Resource Recovery and Productivity Authority. So they would be the ones who are making sure that those producers are signing on. The due date to sign on was quite a while ago. I think it was like a few years ago at this point. So I don't have the number of how many have signed on, and I don't know how well this will be enforced or what the compliance will be like from the province. We haven't heard a lot of details on that aspect of the regulation.
Thank you.
Candace?
Sorry, that sparked something. There's some chatter, and I don't know if you've sat in on any meetings, Carrie, in regards to the ability for producers to tax or increase their fees based on this increase to their cost of running their day-to-day business, shall we say. Have you been in any meetings where there's been any chatter in regards to that? Because I've heard some buzz.
Through you, Mayor, I haven't been a part of any meetings, but I did see an article that came out late last week on what they're calling a pop can tax, where the producers have decided that they are going to charge consumers 1 to 3 cents on every beverage container that's sold in order to offset some of their recycling costs, and then have that fee or tax separate on the receipt that the residents would have at the grocery store, which in my opinion is a horrible, horrible idea. It's extremely frustrating. And no, there hasn't been any meetings or any discussion on it. This kind of came out of nowhere. It wasn't really on anybody's radar that it was coming, but
That's
it did.
shocking.
Yeah, it
Could've
did say in
been-
the
They're
article
gonna
as
try to
well.
recoup the cost.
Yeah.
But they always try to recoup the cost. It should have been on the province's radar that you are providing additional responsibility to anybody that impacts the bottom line. They're going to try to recoup that in some way, instead of maybe looking at, hopefully they're taking the opportunity to take a look at their processes and reducing the packaging, what they're putting out the door, to reduce what it's costing them at the end of the day, which I think is the overall intent. Hopefully they decide to go that route instead of just simply slapping a tax on and not actually taking a look at the process. I'm sure the minister's going to have some interesting conversation in the days ahead.
No doubt. Yeah. I'll call for a motion to receive the Blue Box transition and producer responsibility presentation for information. Moved by Councillor Walsh. Seconder, Councillor Hodge-Greaves. All in favor? That motion's carried. Thanks again, Carrie.
Thank you.
Staff and committee reports. Moving along, R6 entrance permit application bylaw and fees. Peter, our manager of Public Works Environmental Service, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is a report regarding the implementation of an entrance permit application bylaw and associated fees. So over the last several months, we've noticed a pretty significant increase in the amount of entrance applications we're getting in. And through that process, we've also noticed that we need a means of regulating the entrances that are coming in. And we wanted to take a look at the fee process as well, because we didn't feel like our current process was really applicable to what we're trying to achieve in the township. And so this bylaw will regulate the process for new entrances and or changes to existing entrances. And the bylaw will also ensure consistency with the township's approach. So our current process, under our current process, owners wishing to construct a new entrance or make a change to an existing entrance, they must complete a permit application form, which they can get on our website, or they can come into the municipal office and pick up a hard copy if that's their preference. And then the application, when submitted, includes a refundable, if it's not approved, $500 fee. And then upon a review of the application and proposed entrance by the Public Works Department, if it is determined that a culvert is required, then there's an additional fee of $700. And these fees are intended to cover the cost of the review and the installation of the proposed entrance. So the review process, just to give you an idea, involves a desktop review. So trying to find information about the property, where it is, where the location of the entrance being proposed is, that sort of thing. And then we'd actually do a site visit, and that's to measure sight lines. And because we want to make sure that, we have to make sure that sight lines are there and that we meet those requirements. And then also we will review any drainage requirements if they're needed. So like a culvert or ditching or anything of that nature. And then we'd issue the permit or a response indicating why the entrance wasn't approved. And so that process takes about 4 to 5 hours on average per application. And that's without a repeat visit. So if there's other visits required, it could take longer. So if a permit's issued, applicants have the option to construct the entrance on their own via a contractor that they hire or whatever the case may be, or the township could install it with our forces. In either case, the fees that we noted above are non-refundable. So through networking and recent iterations of our current process, staff have recognized that entrances should be regulated through bylaw, which is what we're hoping to do today. And in addition to the need for regulation, staff have also recognized an increase in material and fuel costs, as you know.
Peter,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. We have a couple members of council who are having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Do you have any papers by chance up by your mic on your laptop?
Not sure. I've moved everything away from my laptop here, so.
and just
that's-
see, and I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe counselors just increase the volume on your laptops on the bottom as well, and text me if you need assistance with that, and I can help you offline. Sorry, Peter, carry on.
Oh, that's okay. So I was just in addition to the need for the regulation, we've also recognized the need for an increase, or sorry, that there's an increase in material and fuel costs, as we've seen in previous reports. And so below in this report are the high level details of the bylaw that we're proposing and the fee structure that we're proposing as well to help alleviate the inflation costs of fuel and material. So under the bylaw, the new processes will be as follows. So for the application, applicants wishing to apply for a new entrance, relocate an existing entrance, or upgrade an existing entrance will be required to complete an entrance application form. Not really any different than before. The difference now is that the new form will be a fillable form and can be completed via the township website. For applicants who have preference for hard copy formats, we can make hard copies available at the municipal office. The application form will ask applicants to provide information such as property information, the proposed location of the new or existing entrances, and the proposed use of the entrance. So is it residential, agriculture, commercial, etc., and the proposed surface type. So is it gravel, asphalt? Through submission of the township's website, the application will be automatically directed to the Public Works Manager. There will be a non-refundable application fee of $250 with the submission of the entrance application. And this fee will be used to cover the administrative and review costs, as we noted above. So the approval process, so once the application has been submitted, it will be reviewed by the Public Works Manager or designate. The review will be completed to ensure compliance with the Transportation Association of Canada geometric design for Canadian roads. So the TAC manual, which it's also referred to as or known as, and the township bylaw. So the TAC manual is a fundamental road design reference that it's used by planners, designers, to ensure the needs of road users are met with respect to safety and consistency. Specifically, considerations will be given to sight lines, the number of entrances that exist on the property already, expected use of the entrance, drainage, gradient, and proximity to existing features such as other intersections, entrances, curves, etc. Upon completion of the review, provided that the proposed entrance complies with the TAC manual and the township standards, the entrance would be approved and a permit would be issued. So the next step in the process, so in order to ensure consistency of entrance construction of all new low volume entrances or upgrades to existing low volume entrances will be completed by township forces. So applicants will no longer be given the option to construct it themselves. It'll all be done by township staff. Cost for construction will be funded through the entrance fee deposit, which is new. So this deposit is new in the amount of $1,580 plus HST for entrances that do not require a culvert, and a fee of $2,030 for entrances that do require a culvert. The fees are used to cover costs for equipment, labor, materials, such as gravel and the culvert, used to construct the entrance, and any restoration work that's required because of the construction process. The fee deposits are derived with the assumption that entrances will include a gravel surface and the minimum size culvert of 450 millimeters in diameter by 9 meters long. So that's a standard entrance width. Any portion of the deposit that is not used will be refunded to the applicant, and vice versa. If we do go above and beyond that cost, the deposit amount, that the applicant would be invoiced for that amount above, and we would provide all accounts to the applicant to prove the invoice. There is a separate fee deposit for entrances that will require an asphalt surface, curbs, and or sidewalks. So this type of work is deemed to be outside the scope of the construction to be performed by township forces and shall be completed at the sole cost of the owner by a contractor retained by the township. And this would be coordinated by the township as well. This will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And the coordination of the construction, as I said, will be done by the public works manager or designate. All accounting of the work will be provided to the applicant along with the township invoice. For entrances, for these types of entrances that require asphalt, curb work, and or sidewalk installation, we're asking for a fee deposit of $3,500 plus HST. And similarly to above, any portion of that deposit that is not used, it would be refunded. And any portion of that costs that go above and beyond that, we would provide all accounting, and the applicant would be invoiced for those costs. So in addition to the construction deposit fees, we're also including an update to our township equipment rates and the fees and charges bylaw, which you'll see a little bit later on. And those are to cover the increase in fuel costs, which are, by the way, consistent with the latest Ontario Provincial Standard rates, OPS 127. So some exemptions in the bylaw. So under the entrance bylaw, an exemption for agriculture field entrances has been included. This exemption is as follows. For agriculture field entrances used exclusively for agriculture purposes, example, passages of animals, cultivating of crops, etc., and where the applicant sufficiently demonstrates that there is a physical constraint that prevents access to a field from the main farm operation of their property, installation of an agriculture field entrance may be considered for approval by the township and may be exempt from the spacing requirements if it can be demonstrated that closer spacing will result in significant reduction in roadway use by farm vehicles as determined by the manager of public works. And this is all in accordance with the TAC manual. Under normal circumstances, only one low volume entrance will be permitted to each agriculture field. However, requests for additional entrances can be made and will be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Existing field entrances may be grandfathered at the discretion of the township should it be determined that compliance with the TAC manual and the bylaw will not be compromised. We'll also include provisions for a minor variance applications. So should an applicant feel that the variance is minor, they can apply for a minor variance. And if it's determined that the variance is minor to be in nature, the approval of the proposed entrance may be granted. In the event of the variance is deemed not to be minor, the applicant may request that the matter be referred to Township Council, and there is a non-refundable fee of $200 for this minor variance application. There's also provisions in the bylaw for enforcement. So under the bylaw, provisions for enforcement by township have been included. For any person who contravenes any provisions of the bylaw is guilty of an offense and on summary conviction is liable to a fine of $1,500, exclusive of any cost for restoration, removal, or construction. Validity, where a dispute or variance arises in the interpretation of the bylaw or guideline, the specifications of the TAC manual will govern. Financial implications, fees and charges collected from the entrance applications will assist with offsetting the operational costs of the department. So in conclusion, the proposed bylaw to regulate entrance permits on municipal highways within the township of Asphodel-Norwood will address how entrances are approved and regulated. Township staff are recommending that the bylaw be reviewed periodically and updated as needs arise. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Peter. I'll state the recommended motion included in the staff report that the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts this report regarding an entrance permit application bylaw and fees for information. And further, that the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood authorizes staff to present draft bylaw 2023-09 during the bylaw portion of the meeting for council's consideration. Do I have somebody to make this motion? Councillor War, seconder. Councillor Walsh. Discussion, councillors. Councillor War.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor. I did have a question about like the grandfathering of entrances. So are you undertaking the mapping of some of the existing map, like the township, to know where some of these existing entrances are, especially on agricultural properties? Like, are you just doing it as they come up for a permit and you look at the property as a whole? Like how does that grandfathering clause come in, and how are you going to use that?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So our approach on that will be on a case-by-case basis. We'll have to look at the property as a whole. And it really is going to boil down to, like, if there's clear evidence that the entrance existed and that it can be grandfathered, then we would have no issue with that.
Okay.
Councillor Walsh.
Yeah, my question, first of all, with a comment, if I can, through you, Mayor, I do like that we've now got a very standardized process. I like the fact that we've got an enforcement component built in there, that if people are just deciding to do entrances on their own, that there is a fine and plus associated costs. That's great. I think the only question I had, again, back to agricultural and farmers and draining, I believe there's an Ontario Drainage Act, and is that part of the TAC manual, or how will we deal with farmers that are, there's lots of tile draining going on with farmers and fields running into ditches? Is that taken into, is that Drainage Act part of TAC, or is that something that should be considered?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the Drainage Act is actually separate from the TAC manual. I'm not familiar with whether the act actually covers tile drainage into a ditch or not, but the TAC manual does. It does specify how tile drainage can be outletted to a drainage ditch that's municipally owned or not. And so we can have those discussions with the farmers as we need to, although often the case is the tile drainage system is put in and it outlets to our ditch without our knowledge. So that's probably the bigger issue.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks, through you. I do have a few questions, but I'll tie into that because I did have the Drainage Act written down as one of my questions. And I think it kind of alludes to the 6.6B in our bylaw, sufficient drainage in place to accommodate the tile runoff. And I looked at the Drainage Act this morning, and it's certainly part of the Drainage Act, and certainly what we're proposing. There has to be discussion. It has to be two ways. And certainly most of the tile drainage now is done by big companies. It's GPS, it's on a map. And so it's certainly easy enough to get that information. So I'm just wondering, and maybe between Peter and Candace, should there be wording in there under that? I believe it was page, 6.6B. I'm just wondering, in that 6.6 or under the drainage, if there shouldn't be just mention of the Drainage Act in the bylaw. I'm not sure. I just, you know, I think it's important to be covered. So that's a question. And then I guess we'll deal with that. And then I've got a couple more, if I may, Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry,
Candy,
thank
Candy?
you. Thank you through your mayor first. I guess my comment on that would be my biggest concern and the concern from the TAC manual, or what the TAC manual tries to address, is that if they tile drain outlets to a drainage ditch that's municipally owned, is that ditch now sufficient enough to handle what that system is going to outlet to it? And that's what the question is. So, and that's why I think it's important that we have these discussions with the farmers as they're going in. It's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. And I think we may need to update this bylaw after, like, we're going to try it out here for a while, see how it goes. But I think we can update it in the future to maybe put a little bit more wording in there surrounding how this is done, once we kind of get a feel with how it's going to work and how it plays out.
Candace?
Yeah, so provincial legislation trumps municipal legislation. So regardless of of our bylaw, both of those documents that are being referenced would trump any provisions that we have in place locally. I think, you know, making a provision in here for communication. So if we have seen it in the township, and I won't know one particular property where this came into play, where tile drainage was installed on an agricultural field where the township was not notified and the ditch was deficient, which means that the ditch wasn't deep enough to take the water. So then it came across the road and went on to the neighbor on the other side of the road that happened to be a vacant piece of property. Then that particular owner went ahead and applied for a planning application, which triggered the Conservation Authority, who came down and drove to look at that property and said that there's a watershed on the property. Meanwhile, it wasn't really a watershed, it was just water coming from a neighboring agricultural property. So there was a bunch of engineering costs that had to go into proving that. So it's all, I think, solvable. I don't think there's any situation that's going to come up to us that we can't make the ditch deeper, bigger. You know, it just let us know. Communication is a huge piece here. And if you're going to be installing tile drainage and outletting into the ditch without having a conversation, and it does wipe out a gravel road or impact a neighboring property, there has to be an understanding that any sort of impact or cost borne due to that will go back onto the property owner that brought all of that water and whatnot downstream from them. Because if we have the conversations in advance, that can all be mitigated. So that doesn't even happen, to ensure that we're not flooding out a neighboring property or flooding out municipal infrastructure. A lot of times we have culverts downstream. Those culverts need to be assessed to determine whether they're large enough to take on the increase in water. We may have to increase culvert sides downstream in the ditches because the water just doesn't stop, it flows. So, you know, going into a ditch, you know, north of County Road 2 is going to impact south of County Road 2. You know, it keeps flowing. So I think this bylaw out of the gate is going to at least allow those conversations to happen. As far as adding wording, I'm fine with that. We can make reference to the Tile Drainage Act in the language. They trump us anyway. But in what aspect would you like us to reference it? That it exists, that any sort of activity on an agricultural property that triggers the Tile Drainage Act requires communication with the township? Just trying to understand what type of wording you would like to see added.
Yeah, I just thought something in there, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact wording, and it's just something that I thought of this morning. Otherwise, I certainly would have reached out, but I'm just wondering if, you know, maybe the letter E could be added, and I honestly don't know how you'd word it, but just have the drainage, something about referencing the Drainage Act in there. But again, as Peter says, this is a starting point. We can come back and there's no problem with staff coming back and you know, researching a little bit of wording to massage it and get it the way we need it. And then of course and I think it mentions it in here, certainly communication is mentioned throughout the bylaw more than once. But I just
Okay, well, we could,
think it's important to be
well,
there.
we can add a clause that says, applicable regulations as detailed in the Tile Drainage Act will be considered with all applications.
Perfect.
Applicable regulations as detailed in the Tile Regulation Act will be considered with all applications. So we're going to consider it, we're going to take a look at it, and it will trump us, and it'll have to come into play anyway. So, but at least where there's reference in the bylaw, that makes you more comfortable.
It does. Thank you. Thank you.
welcome.
And then I have a couple other questions, Mayor, if I may.
Not a
Sorry.
problem. I was just going to mention one about like the grandfathering. I hope everybody doesn't go out and see a beautiful spot where they want to put an entrance and cut a bunch of trees down. It's a fresh one. It's not grandfathered. I hope people realize that. Go ahead, Councillor Burt, or Deputy Mayor Burt.
Thank you. And just a question of township staff are going to be doing the installation. Peter, what do you see the turnaround time of an application to installation? And the only reason I'm thinking, you know, new construction, a lot of times, and just a temporary culvert goes in while they're doing construction, and then another one, a more permanent one goes in, just because of all the trucks going over and all of that. And I know staff time, especially in the summer, is at a premium. So I'm just wondering there, because as you know, contractors are impatient people.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we have put a provision in the bylaw, and I'm pretty sure it allows us up to 6 months. Now, I don't believe that it will ever take us 6 months. But again, that depends, because we have to get locates before we can do anything. And last year, they were very hard to get. And the turnaround for locates took a very long time, and that's out of our control. So really, it's going to be dependent on locates and of course availability of staff. But you know, we'll try to do it as quickly as we can. And if it makes sense for the applicant to put in a temporary entrance for the time being, so that they can get things started, we can work with that. Like we can communicate that as long as there's open communication. I think between the applicant and us, we can work with them.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, and the locates are all around. It's not just municipalities, it's certainly private sector too. So that's fine. And then just one more question. Actually, does this bylaw is it in play on forced access roads? Because that's a little bit different, because the landowners own up to the traveled portion of the road. So that's one question. And then the other question, and again, it's just a communication piece, is especially for the agricultural lands. I think it's just very important to have good communication with the farmer, with the landowner, as to the length of the culvert. I do know there was one put in on a recent construction site, and the combine can't get in. The size of agricultural equipment is growing. It's much larger than it was even 10 years ago. And I think it's important that we you know, find out, you know, what is going in this field, or what is the use, because otherwise township staff is going to be putting extensions on these culverts. So I think that's really important. I don't think it has to be in the bylaw, but I do think if there's any recent culverts that were installed and need to be extended, that $250 shouldn't go back to the landowner. Just my opinion. And I'm sure staff may have a different opinion on that, but I do know there's one that was just put in, and the combine can't get in there. So kind of a two-part question there. Thank Thank you.
Two-part question.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the bylaw doesn't specifically talk about forest roads. It just mentions that on any township road. I know that forest roads are a little bit different, and we'll have to treat them a little bit differently as they come in. So they'll have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And in terms of the agriculture equipment, I do agree that they are getting much larger, specifically combines. And I think I know the entrance you're talking about. We are going to go down there and make it wider for them so they can get the combine in. I've had that conversation with them. We just haven't been able to get there as of yet. But I think this is where the application process is going to be important, that they provide as much information in the application as they can. And a flag for me will be that it's an agriculture entrance, and that can spark these conversations. What are you planning on doing with it? And so that we can make sure we're going to be able to accommodate whatever their intended use is.
And they would be their current intended use, because they could purchase a piece of equipment 5 years down the road, or 7, 8, 10 years down the road that is much larger. So then the intent of, the original entrance changes. And so there need to be modifications to the entrance, which would require an application.
Yes.
Yep. And certainly I don't see how combines can get much bigger, because otherwise they're not going to fit down the road. But certainly,
Well, I
this
think
one
some farmers don't own them currently, or use in
Yeah.
those fields, and then, processes change, and now all of a sudden they need it to be, wider, 5 or 10 years down the road.
Exactly. But certainly this one has always, been in use. But anyway, you're on that, Peter. So thank you very much. I will.
You're done then, Deputy Mayor Burt. Okay, Peter, like you said, communication right at the start of the process with the, if it's in the agricultural part of it, with that farmer or whoever the property may be, is the way to go. And that should stop everything right in the footprint and not have the problem unless they're going to apply for an extension later on. Any more discussion with Peter on this? All in favor of the motion that's presented? 1, 2, that motion's carried. Thank you, Peter.
Welcome.
And we'll move on to CBO Planning Coordinator on our 7 consent agenda, B18322 or Pine Lot 1. Ed, our Chief Building Official Planning Coordinator, please go ahead. We have 2 members that have declared a conflict, and they are going to leave the screen. Leave them. Very good.
Okay, thank you, through you, Mayor. Township staff received this consent application B-18322 from Peterborough County Land Division. And as you know, the County of Peterborough requires the township to submit a municipal appraisal form to either recommend this severance or not recommend the application. The application for consent B-183-22 was submitted to the Peterborough County Land Division by Salvador Gallegos, I hope I pronounced his name properly, on behalf of Lila Pine. The effect of the application is to create a new residential lot. So the consent application is applicable to lands described as 2036 Asphodel Third Line in the township of Asphodel-Norwood, concession 2, part lot 13. The purpose of the application is to allow the severance of a parcel of land having frontage on Asphodel Third Line, approximately 233 feet, and an area of approximately 3 acres. November of 2022, the County Planning Department completed a preliminary severance review, and the review indicated an aggregate assessment was required, and the zoning bylaw amendment would also be required if approved. So when we look at these consent applications when they come in, and sometimes they have a preliminary severance review application completed ahead of time. It's always smart if they do that, because then they can see if there's any issues or studies required. If a study isn't attached to the preliminary severance review application, they automatically tick the box saying that you don't comply with the official plan because an aggregate assessment is required, or environmental impact study is required, or a nutrient, or not a nutrient, a MDS setback isn't doesn't comply with that, or certain things. During when they submit their application, a lot of these studies or assessments are completed, and then that box wouldn't be ticked anymore as being not complying with the official plan. So just on this case, they tick the box that it doesn't comply with the official plan due to it not having an aggregate assessment completed at time of submitting the preliminary severance review. Since that time, the proponent, they got that news, they hired DM Wills Associates Limited to complete the aggregate assessment. They completed this technical memo. Wills concluded that the significant constraints exist on the property due to the Hughes River at the rear of the property and existing dwelling on the property, plus other dwellings in the nearby area. The county planning department, they had Stantec Consulting Limited conduct a peer review to see whether or not they agreed or disagreed with DM Wills Associate Limited aggregate assessment, and they concluded that they did agree with the DM Wills that there was significant constraints already existing on the subject property, and that they didn't feel that the severance would create any additional problems. The consent applications filed before the provincial approval of our new official plan that was submitted back in June of 2022. This property would be zoned or designated prime agricultural, and if there's no changes to that official plan, these applications would not be approved. They would be not recommended, and they wouldn't comply with the official plan or the provincial policy statement or the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. As the rules stand today, this application appears to conform to our official plan. It's designated rural. It's permitted to have up to 2 severances, provided they comply with all the requirements of having frontage and meeting setbacks and other criteria. The county planning department, they've conducted a minimum distance separation, MDS1 calculation, and they determined that there are overlapping arcs onto each of the lots, but there's enough land outside of the arcs to comply with the requirements of the MDS1, part 9 of the MDS calculations that they do for, actually it's not part 9, that's part 9 would just be for surplus dwellings. That's another severance coming up in a bit later. Anyways, the township, we haven't received any negative correspondence from neighboring properties at the time of writing of this report. Yesterday, we did receive from the county land division a copy of an email that was sent to them from a neighboring boundary to the north, which proposed an objection that creating of the severed lots would cause irreparable harm to the area to which they live. There's a large amount of wildlife in the area. Wild deer, wild turkeys, coyotes, and smaller animals. It was also noted that they said the county and municipal strategic plans are not being followed if this is allowed, that we're not preserving our agricultural and rural lands. And we should build in more densely populated areas, for example, in the town of Norwood. And so the strategic plan, it speaks to a multiple number of issues, including protecting or preserving agricultural lands, but also sustainability for the township, and having some rural created lots does help with the sustainability of the township of Asphodel, just being that create a little bit more tax base in the rural area, which definitely helps the township. And I don't think a long time ago, prior to the amalgamation of Asphodel and Norwood, when Asphodel was its own township, and they put in the language to allow 2 severances to be created on these rural properties, that they would ever think down the road that all severances would be denied in the rural area. As it stands today, the severance for this one, B183-22, it complies with the rules and the regulations for severances. And even though we do have a letter of objection, it also stated in the letter of objection that they'll have direct negative impact on the value of their home because it's directly visible from their house. And I did a quick GIS measurement, and it's 1,400 feet plus away for lot 1. And my next report will be lot 2, and it's 3,100 plus feet away from that lot, just as a further note to you. And so that was the only letter of objection that we received. And again, we just received that yesterday is when I was made aware of it. Okay, back to the report. DM Wells did their aggregate assessment. The county peer review, Stantec, agreed with it. This township, we have not received any negative correspondence from anybody else except for this one email yesterday. The county calculated the MDS setback requirements, and it appeared to be okay. Orca has done a peer review to see if the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and I've attached those comments to the application. They have advised that they appear, in their opinion, they agree that it's consistent with the provincial policy statement. Orca also agreed that in lieu of additional environmental evaluations, if the portions of the properties within the MDS ARC are rezoned to prohibit construction or site alteration, then they would be satisfied that it meets the intent of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And so having said that, any future building permits, no residential uses would be permitted within the MDS ARC setback, just as a given. That's what the MDS setback is about. So that's what their front yard setback would be for the house. So when we do the zoning amendment, if this was to be approved, we could say the front yard setback is this amount, or we could just reference the MDS 1 setback in the zoning. That way, if the MDS setback changes in the future, we wouldn't be, it could be actually greater than or a little bit less than in the future. We don't know. But we would take care of that requirement at the zoning stage. And Orca also indicated that permits would be required for site alterations and development. So they wouldn't be able to get a building permit without having the Orca approval ahead of time anyways. So that's another way to ensure that the MDS setbacks are guaranteed. For whatever reason, Orca has indicated that the property is located within the source water protection area. And they've done this with the last several consent applications, and these 4 that we have before us today, they've advised the exact same thing, and it's not actually applicable. The source water protection policies only apply to the red blob, that appears on our GIS mapping and in our zoning. So that was just an error or an oversight, and I'll talk to them about that in the future, just so that they're probably doing a copy and paste or something. I don't know. Anyways, source water protection is not required. It's not applicable there. I did speak with Peter, our manager of Public Works and Environmental Services, and he has reviewed the proposed entrance location, and he indicated that he's satisfied a safe entrance can be obtained for this lot 1. He did go out. He said that the distances for the speed limit and all the rest of it, everything meets. All they would have to do is apply for a severance application and go through the criteria that he needs, and then he would be able to issue a permit, pay their fees, that type of stuff, and then he would be able to issue them a permit. So he's agreed that a safe entrance wouldn't be an issue. And then last, I'm getting to, if the consent's approved, we will be required to be rezoned to, I called it rural residential exception 15 zone. And that would just define that front MDS arc setback to make sure that we're in compliance with that overlapping distance. And as with respect to the strategic plan, I think sustainability and achieving operational excellence, that this is one of the 5 or 6 items on the strategic plan that this helps to, that we identify. Engagement, the sign's been posted on the site. We have it on our township website, and we've talked to municipal staff to make sure that everything is good. And I've completed 2 municipal appraisal forms. And the reason that I've done 2 is that council's still fairly new, some of you, and as staff, we don't really know whether you want to grant the consent application or you don't want to grant the consent application. So I have one that says we recommend the consent application, and then I have one that says we do not recommend the application. So some items and some consents are just plain and simple, cut and dried and recommended. But until we, because we have the new official plan coming in place and we still have the existing official plan to deal with, it's a learning curve for staff as well. So it is. And so I summed it up and I said, in the opinion of staff, the consent application meets the current applicable law. And I'll take all the questions.
Thank you, Ed. Again, I'll state the recommended motion included in the staff report. That the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts this report regarding consent application B-183-22 Pine Lot 1 for information, and further that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood recommends or not recommends the consent application for B-183-22 Pine Lot 1, and further that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood direct staff to submit the municipal appraisal form to the Peterborough County Land Division. Can I have a mover for that motion? And are you recommending or not recommending? Deputy Mayor Burt?
I'll make a motion, at this point recommending, but I want some discussion and have a question.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Burt. Seconder, Councillor Walsh.
Yeah, with the same comment through you, Mayor, that a couple points of clarity.
Okay, go ahead, Ed. Or Deputy Mayor Burt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, when you go through it, it makes sense. My only concern, and you did address it quite well in your conversation, Ed, was the MDS. And We're just addressing lot 1 right now. I believe the lot is 3 acres and the 1.23 acres is the building envelope, correct? I believe that's what was stated.
Yes.
And okay, now when you say building envelope, and it did have a bit of a site plan on there with the home and the septic and the well, and home and septic is easy to plan for and it's easy enough to have back there. Well is a little bit trickier. Is the well considered construction? Will that also absolutely have to be out of that MDS circle? That is my question.
I looked on the MDS, the criteria for severances and for everything, and all it ever speaks to is the dwelling and odor concerns. So they don't speak to, I could not find anywhere where they speak to the septic. I couldn't find anywhere where it speaks to the well or even accessory buildings. They only speak to the dwelling itself. And they keep referencing nuisance complaints for odors, that type of stuff. So to me, I think they could put a well anywhere they choose, as long as they comply with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change requirements for wells.
Okay, that was my one question. And then the other question, there is another farm on the west side, which is the reason one of our counselors had to declare. And it is an active farm. It didn't show the MDS arc for that. Knowing where it is, I don't think it would touch those lots, but is there a reason why they didn't do that MDS? Even though it is on the other side of the river, the property does come over. So I'm just wanting clarification on that. And looking at the size of the circle for the farm across the road, the size of the circle, I don't believe would touch those lots. So that's just my other concern.
The farm on to the west of this?
Yes.
That's thousands and thousands of feet away.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, it's basically along the very similar lines to Deputy Burt. It was around the MDS and what's kind of included with MDS, and Ed, you've answered that question. So basically the well, septic are really not considered at this point, to our best of our understanding, part of the MDS discussion. And I guess then the only thing, so if we move forward and were to approve this, with you indicating rural residential exception 15, that allows us to ensure that the house does stay outside of the MDS arc, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and really that, for me, that was really the only concern. I'm kind of like what you had presented. There's no aggregate issue. This is the first severances on this parcel of land. Rural severances are part of our plan. We have a safe entrance. My only concern was kind of the ORCA comments around MDS, and if the house is outside of that, great. And the well, if it's not an issue, then I'm comfortable.
Yes, through you, Mayor.
Yes.
I would imagine that most people, when they do build a house, and their front yard setback may end up being 200 feet or whatever it works out to be in for that MDS setback, they will put the septic and the well as close as they can to their dwelling in order just to keep costs down. So and they'll witch the well to wherever the best location is, but then they kind of plan the septic from that. So they have to be 50 feet away from a drilled well and 100 feet away from a dug well. So they'll probably end up finding out where the best veins are for the well, and then plan the house location and then the septic location after that, and keep everything fairly tight to the rear of that lot if possible.
Yeah.
It just saves them a lot of money to keep, why have a septic system, 200 feet away or 100 feet away type of thing.
And you did mention, Ed, about ORCA almost being like a cut and paste on there. I've noticed that in minutes here today that I've read, but we'll see that later on. And yes, I agree with everything that you guys have said on this lot also. All in favor of the motion? That motion's carried.
Mayor, you have to vote.
I did, my hand was up if
Thank you.
nobody's seen
Thank
it.
you. We just couldn't see
Sorry.
it.
Moving along, Ed, to consent application B1-18422 for Pine Lot 2. Ed, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor. This application is very similar to the last one, other than now. I'll go through and repeat a lot that I've said, but the last lot was on the northeast corner of the property. This will be on the south east corner of the property. So staff received this consent application B-184-22 from Peterborough County Land Division, and we will submit a municipal appraisal form to recommend or not recommend this application. Application for consent was submitted to the county planning department, land division, by Salvador Gallegos. Sorry, Salvador. On behalf of Lila Pine. The effect of the application is to create a new residential lot. The consent application is applicable to the lands described as 2036 Asphodel third line, concession to part lot 13 in the township of Asphodel-Norwood. Purpose of the application is to allow the severance of a parcel of land having frontage on the Asphodel third line of approximately 100 meters, 328 feet, and an area of approximately 0.99 hectares, which is almost 2.5 acres, so 2.47 acres. A preliminary severance review was done, an aggregate assessment was required, and also noted in the preliminary severance review that a zoning bylaw amendment would also be required if this is approved. The proponent hired DM Wills Associate Limited to complete the aggregate assessment. They concluded that there's already significant constraints on the property, being the Hughes River and the existing dwelling. That was their professional opinion, that it's not expected to pose land use constraints for this aggregate resource. The county hired Stantec Consulting Limited to do the peer review of that aggregate assessment, and they agreed that there are significant constraints now, and that they found that the Wills assessment was good. They agreed with it. I put in there this report that in Asphodel-Norwood that the current official plan allows the maximum of 2 severances, 2 lots, provided that you comply with all the relevant policies. The property's designated rural, so it is permitted the 2. Lot 1 we just dealt with, this would be lot 2. They haven't had any other consent applications on that property. The township, at the time of writing the report, we didn't have any negative correspondence from neighboring properties, or no phone calls, or nobody spoke to us about this. Yesterday, I received the email of objection that there are other animals, deer, coyotes, etc. on the property. And that we should be protecting the agricultural lands, and that they can, they did not mention that they could see this lot from their property, and it's about 3,100 feet away. I went on the county GIS and I did the measurement just so council would have that information. The county planning department, they calculated a minimum distance separation requirements, and there will be a small arc that encompasses across this new lot. But there would still be 1.23 acres of building envelope beyond the MDS arc. So that more than complies with the MDS setback requirements. ORC indicated their opinion that the consent application is consistent with the provincial policy statement. They also indicated that they had a choice of providing either further environmental evaluations, or the property could just be zoned to prohibit construction site alterations in the MDS arc. And then that would comply with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So the easiest remedy would be just to rezone the property to rural residential exception 16, if the last one was exception 15, and that would indicate what the front yard setback is for that MDS arc. And we would deal with that during the rezoning stage if approved. Orca indicated that permits would be required for site alterations and development. So if they wanted a building permit for a house, they'd have to get an Orca permit. And they would make sure that they comply with that MDS setback as well. Orca indicated the source water protection area, the policies apply, but they don't. That's okay. The Township of Asphodel-Norwood Manager of Public Works. This is where it's a little bit different than lot number 1 that we just did. Lot number 2, they didn't have a safe entrance at the front of this property, but the Township Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services said that if they did they utilized the existing entrance on the retained lands and did a shared entrance, then we could do an easement across the front of the retained lands. I suggest 6 meters. This gives them lots of room to put in a deeded easement in favor of the severed lot in order to gain access to the lot. So instead of having a driveway right dead center in front of the lot, they would just use the existing entrance up the road and come down a 6 meter deeded easement to the property. This would be one of our conditions if approved. So it would be that they have deeded access to that. And we would review the survey and make sure everything looks appropriate and review the site to make sure safe access. And then Peter, our roads public works manager and environmental services, he would review it and make sure everything is good with it as well before we pass it. As far as we can see, when we look at this application, it does comply with all the required components. The engagement has been with the community. It's been posted on our township website, as we do try with all of our severance applications. We've talked to municipal staff, and I completed the 2 applications, or the municipal appraisal forms, one being to recommend the application, one being not to recommend the application. The opinion of the township staff is that the application does meet the applicable law, and all those attachments, the notice of agency circulation, the consent application, the preliminary severance review, the Orca comments, the DM Wills Limited, the aggregate assessment, the Stantec peer review, and the municipal appraisal forms have all been attached. And I'm available to try to answer any questions if there's different questions for this one.
Councillor Walsh.
Just a couple, 3 questions through you, Mayor. First one, Ed, is
go ahead.
So the
Just a second, Barry. Just a second.
We just need the motion on the floor.
You want the motion brought forward first, okay, and then discussion. That the council asks that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts this report regarding consent application B-184-22 Pine Lot 2 for information. And further, that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood recommends or not recommends the consent application B-184-22 Pine Lot 2. And further, that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood directs staff to submit the municipal appraisal form to Peterborough County Land Division. Do I have somebody to make that motion? Councillor Walsh, recommend or not?
Recommend with comment.
Seconder?
with a comment question.
Deputy Mayor Burt. Carry on, Barry, with your question.
Yeah, Ed, or sorry, through you, Mayor. So the first question, Ed, is regarding that entrance. So we're going to come in off the current entrance. We're basically going to come down parallel to the road into the severance.
Yes, through you, Mayor.
Yeah.
So my question is, because that is within the MDS arc, is that considered construction or not?
To me, it's not construction. Only building permits are construction, but to Orca, it could be considered construction. But they're going to be able to get it's not in a floodplain. This is a very high hill.
Yes.
There are probably some brush work that would need to be done, stuff like that, in order to, and gravel. They would probably remove the topsoil for a 10-foot swath, or maybe a little bit more, maybe do a little bit of ditching and then put some gravel down. So they would require a permit from Orca to do all that. So they would, but I don't know their criteria for construction. Could be almost anything, digging a hole, or I'm not sure.
So ultimately that would be, if we were to move forward and recommend, ultimately that would be an Orca decision on whether that's considered construction or not, based on the fact that that's the only deemed safe entrance for this lot.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, the last application, lot 1, they said that provided we zone the front yard to prohibit construction site alteration, then we could approve the application, and the entire front yard was in that MDS arc. So we would surmise that an entrance would be included and would be permitted. So same with this one, when there is site alteration would be required to get access onto the back of the property.
Okay. And question number 2, if I may. There was one of the other maps was key hydrological features, and it talked about lakes and a 120-meter buffer to lakes. And if I look at the mapping, it was actually cutting up into the south end of that lot number 2. Just want to know, does that buffer mean you can't build in that area, or it's identifying that there's a buffer or that there's a lake within a 120-meter buffer?
Yeah, so that lake is the little pond that's down there that they're referring to, and that's what triggered them to have to do the study and to be reviewed also by Orca to comment on whether a natural heritage feature evaluation needed to be done. So in order, if we have that setback that prohibits the dwelling from being located in that arc, then they didn't have to do that natural heritage study, which saved the applicant probably $3,000 to $10,000.
So if we take, just so I'm clear, they can't build within that arc, and then they also have the MDS arc.
No,
sweeping into the
MDS
sweeping into the north.
Yes, the MDS takes care of it, as far as I know. That's the only stipulation so that they required. Like the Orca comments did speak to it a little bit. I just have to.
I think the MDS
I
arc
guess
goes
that was
back
my-
further on the property than the hydrogeological feature arc. So as long as you're back out of the MDS, the hydrogeological feature buffer is irrelevant because you're already further enough back, because MDS goes further back on the property than the hydrogeological arc.
It's just a different.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, yeah, because that was my concern, was the MDS arc was coming down across the north end of that lot. That other lakes arc was coming up from the south, that they were going to be stuck way back in the back corner having to build. And we've already answered the well question and the septic system from the previous lot. So okay, I'm answered.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Deputy
Ed.
Mayor Burt, did you have a question?
Actually, that was my question and it was answered. So thank you for asking that, Councillor Walsh. And Just as a comment, meant to make it on the last one, certainly about protecting ag lands. And these are rural lands. Certainly the ag lands, this property has not been used as agriculture for a very, very long time. It's certainly growing up. So I just want to make that comment as well. So thank you.
And one
Okay.
other quick thing, I believe in the new OP mapping, this property remains rural. It isn't flipping to ag, so even in the new OP, it wouldn't be a land designation, if that's correct, Ed?
Pardon? Sorry, one more time. I was just reading the what the Orca comment was there.
So just stating that these lands in the new OP would remain rural and are not flipping to ag.
The new official plan, the properties this property would be zoned to agricultural. So
It
it's
would be
changing.
zoned ag.
Yes, so it's
Okay.
changing from the rural zone to the
Yeah.
to the agricultural zone,
Okay.
the
Thank
new
you.
mapping.
But I think if I may, to Deputy Mayor Burt's comment, they haven't been farmed in a long, long time.
Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion? The motion's carried.
Okay,
Wow, Ed, you're on the hot seat.
I know.
R9.
Mayor?
We have two councillors to ask back in.
Just wait if we can. Just going to get in touch with them. Just give me one moment. Okay.
Okay, through you, Mayor? Or did you want to,
Go ahead, Ed.
okay. So report R9. This is a consent application B-171-22. And I'm just grateful that we've received a consent application that just complies with everything, and that there's only one municipal appraisal form to recommend the application and not two to make a decision. It's a nice, easy one. So this is a consent application that we received from Peterborough County Land Division, and we will submit a municipal appraisal form to recommend or not recommend the application. B-171-22 was submitted to the County of Peterborough Land Division by Phil Aldrich, LLF Lawyers, on behalf of John Crowley. The effect of the application is to create a new agricultural lot. This new lot is applicable to lands described as 1552 Asphodel 8th line, Concession 7, Part Lot 7 in the Township of Asphodel-Norwood. The purpose of the application B-171-22 is to allow the severance of a parcel of land having frontage on the 7th line of approximately 1,863 feet and an area of approximately 103 acres. So a nice, beautiful farm. Currently, the farm's just over 200 acres. The proponent hired DM Wills Associate Limited to complete a natural heritage evaluation to support their applications. It's Wills' professional opinion that long-term adverse impacts are not anticipated, provided they have mitigation measures such as a 30-meter natural heritage buffer is established for the wetlands, watercourses, and the woodlands. Orca conducted a peer review of the natural heritage evaluation for this severance. They indicated that they agree with Will's conclusion, provided that the development adheres to the natural heritage evaluation recommendations. It'll be consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So to ensure that the natural heritage evaluation recommendations are followed, Orca permits and approvals, they will be required for site alterations and development in their regulated areas. So Orca has mapping that is hatched in, and when you want to do something in their hatched in areas, they require you to get an approval or a permit. Orca also indicated that the property is located within the source water protection area. That was an error, and source water protection policies do not apply to this site. We can advise that this consent application B-171-22, Lot 1, complies with the current official plan farm-related consent criteria. As well, it appears that the consent application also complies with the proposed official plan farm-related consent criteria, which is applicable once approved by the province. So with the existing rules of today, this Lot 1 complies. With the proposed official plan that's submitted to the province, this Lot 1 would comply as well. An aggregate assessment does not appear to be required. No zoning bylaw amendment is required for this Lot 1, as the existing agricultural zone and environmental protection zone is appropriate as it is. Staff has not received any negative correspondence from neighboring properties or any phone calls related to this or emails. The Township Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services has reviewed the site and has indicated that he's satisfied that a safe entrance may be obtained. They have 1,863 feet of frontage on the 7th line, and he's went out and identified a few different locations on that frontage that a safe access would be allowed, that he would grant an entrance permit to, provided you follow his rules of application and fees and etc. The strategic plan, the relation to it, again, is prosperity. So growing our economy. It's creating another farm parcel of land. So it's great for the township to have more diversified farm parcels. So this is a large farm, being 103 acres in size. And it's just more farms, the better. Community and municipal staff have been engaged by placing this the notice of the application on our township website. And I've talked with our roads manager, with staff. And we conclude that the municipal appraisal form that's attached to this consideration for council's consideration is to recommend the consent application due to it complying with all the rules and regs of today and tomorrow. Attachments, we've got the application, the notice of agency circulation, preliminary severance review, DM Wills, the natural heritage evaluation, the peer review of the natural heritage evaluation from Orca, and a municipal appraisal form as well. And I don't know if there's anything else other than to answer some questions.
Stephanie, but I think we should move a motion first here. That that the council of the township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts the report regarding the consent application B-171-22 Crowley Lot 1 for information. And further, that the council of the township of Asphodel-Norwood recommends that the consent application B-171-22 Crowley Lot 1, and further that the council of the township of Asphodel-Norwood directs staff to submit the municipal appraisal form to Peterborough County Land Division. Will somebody make that a motion? Moved by Councillor War, seconder,
To recommend, sorry. with
recommend,
comment.
second by Councillor Walsh. And I know that Stephanie, you have discussion. Concerns.
Thank you, Mayor, through you, Mayor, to Ed. My query is this is a severance from a larger parcel, and if it's for the creation of agriculture, why are we allowing 100 lots to be created instead of retaining it as 200 lots for agriculture? My concern is that in the future, this could then become, I have read it and I'm trying to read, is a dwelling prohibited on this parcel? That is my other question.
Okay, through you, Mayor. So on this lot 1, B-171-22, this is a farm parcel being created from a very large farm to create 2 like 100-acre type farms. So the minimum size of a farm is about 98 acres is the requirement for an agriculture property. It meets the minimum requirements and then some. So it passes all of the requirements. And so some people want large farms the size of 400 acres and plus, and some townships want diversified farm sizes. So small 15-acre farms, 25-acre farms, 50-acre farms, 100-acre farms, depending on the farming needs, and just to provide a more diverse farming lots for even beginner farmers to start out with, I guess, to have smaller ones. But it meets what our criteria is, and so the owner has applied to create 2 or has applied to create a separate farming parcel. So the severed parcel meets the criteria of all the official plan and our zoning bylaws, etc. And the retained parcel meets all the criteria as well for the proposed official plan and the existing official plan that we have today. So why would they apply for it? That's just what they would like to do, is apply and create 2 different farms.
And my question is a dwelling permitted on this farm? That's the part I'm not understanding on this parcel.
Yeah, this parcel of land is zoned agricultural and environmental protection, and it would be permitted to have a single detached dwelling, duplex dwelling, a second dwelling unit, accessory buildings, all farm buildings, that type of stuff, as all of our other properties, unless specifically zoned to prohibit residential uses. So a dwelling is permitted on this lot 1. It's not proposed to prohibit residential uses.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Burt.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And yeah, this is certainly something this previous councils have looked at. It's nice to see some smaller parcels coming forward to allow some newcomers into the agricultural business, hopefully, and diversify. Certainly that's something we've looked at. These properties don't come up very often. They're few and far between. I do support this one. Now, I guess my question is, under the municipal appraisal form, it's often stated in other ones, can we put on there that a safe entrance will be obtained as part of the process, or something like that? Some wording, can that be on here, because it's been on the other ones?
Through you, Mayor. if they couldn't have a safe entrance, then there's no way that they would have this municipal appraisal form going forward to recommend. So if they couldn't have safe access to this property, then the municipal appraisal form and my staff report would be 100% negative, saying it's not permitted. So the only one that I think that I can remember that we talked about a safe entrance was the one that was not permitted. They couldn't get a safe entrance, and then they altered it and made the lot bigger, and then they could get a safe entrance. That was the only property. But all of these, they've been evaluated by our roads manager, and he's assured me that they can have a safe entrance, guaranteed 100%.
Okay, so all my question is, it doesn't have to be stated on this form. That was my only question.
No, it doesn't need to be on the form.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor War?
Thank you through you, Mayor, to Ed. Yes, just to build on what Deputy Mayor Burt was saying, I was also asking about the safe entrance, and you said there's 1,800 feet
Yes.
that there could be possible entrances. So I was glad to see that. And I too believe that not everyone can afford a 400-acre farm, and it would be nice to see some diversification in what can be done. So I do support this. So thank you, Ed.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? All in favor of this motion? Motion's carried. Okay, Ed, consent application B172-22 for Crowley Lot to proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Again, this is another consent application that I like to see. We've done several of these in the past, and it's good for the farmer and it's good for the township. So staff has received this consent application B-172-22 from Peterborough County Land Division. The County of Peterborough requires the township to submit a municipal appraisal form to recommend or not recommend the application. The consent application B-172-22 was submitted to the County of Peterborough Land Division by Phil Aldrich, the LLF lawyers, on behalf of John Crowley. The consent application is applicable to the lands described as 1552 Asphodel 8th line, municipal concession 7 and part lot 7 in the township of Asphodel-Norwood. The purpose of the application is to allow the severance of a parcel of land having frontage of approximately 20 meters and an area of approximately 1.17 acres in size. The effect of the application is to create a new residential lot that's surplus to the farming operations. So when you review the county official plan, farming consolidation as defined by the provincial policy statement is the acquisition of additional farm parcels, and they're all to be operated as one farming operation. The consent application, they advise that the severance is an agricultural severance and they want to dispose of the residents' surplus to the farming operation. So the only way that this can happen is that the farm consolidation definition in the provincial policy statement and in the official plan, I cut and pasted it in here for council. According to the official plan, section 6.2, farm-related consents may be granted provided the consent is surplus to the farming operation. The retained portion is zoned to prohibit residential dwellings. So that means the retained farming land of approximately 99 acres will be zoned to prohibit residential dwellings, meaning they can't build another dwelling on it later and then try to go for another severance type of thing. That land will only be allowed to have farming operations on it. Existing dwelling is surplus to the needs of the farm. The residence is not required by the farm. The severed lands do not include more land required to support the residence. The lot containing the surplus residence will have a minimum lot frontage and minimum lot area. And so that minimum lot frontage is the 100 feet on the 8th line, and the 0.4 hectares, which is about an acre in size. Also, they have to comply with the minimum distance separation requirements of the provincial policy statement. That minimum distance separation requirement is not an issue. I went out today and inspected the property, and all of the old buildings and old barns and silos and that type of structures, they've been demolished and the site is clear, and so that all that remains on this severance is the dwelling itself. And the existing building is habitable, and I do believe that the existing building is habitable. It appears to be lived in, and the driveway's plowed and that type of thing. So when reviewing this consent application and the preliminary severance review report, we noticed that the sketch is smaller than the preliminary severance review sketch. And also the proposed lot 2, it's a very irregular type of a shape. So it's not just a straight rectangular shape. And so when I reviewed all the applications and all the information that was submitted to us, the severed lot, they're proposing 20 meters. And so they require 30 meters of frontage on the Asphodel 8th line. And they also require 15-meter setbacks for the side yard setback and 15-meter rear yard setbacks from the barns and all those outbuildings. Well, now all those barns and outbuildings have been removed. So now they require a 15-meter setback from the house, plus any distances that are required for the existing septic system. We got to make sure, we have to ensure that the septic system is on this severed lot and not encroaching into the required setbacks. So what we've done is required, if this lot is approved, we will require the minimum 30 meters of frontage and an area I've marked in there about 2.5 acres in size. Well, after today's site inspection, it can be reduced down a little bit. And we'll figure that out with the appropriate zoning as well. When we do a zoning amendment would be required to change this from the agricultural zone down to a rural residential zone. So when we have the applicant complete the surveying and go through the rezoning process, we'll make sure that it is in compliance with all of our rules and regulations. The proponent, they hired DM Wills Associate Limited to complete a natural heritage evaluation for supporting their application. And Orca conducted the peer review of the natural heritage evaluation for this file B-172-22, and they found that they agreed with Will's conclusion that provided they comply with the natural heritage evaluation recommendations, then it's consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So that statement is more for lot 1 because that's where the environmental protection zones are, and the more of the wetlands are on that other 100 acres that was severed off and to be severed off in lot 1. And where this lot is, it's very high and very dry. So to ensure the natural heritage evaluation recommendations are followed, ORCA permits and approvals would be required if they would like to, get building permits, that type of stuff, if they're within their regulated area. And ORCA, again, commented that this is located within the source water protection area. And that was an error, and source water protection policies don't apply to this site. An aggregate assessment does not appear to be required. And in order to protect farmland and comply with the official plans and the provincial policy statement, the township will require these retained lands to be rezoned to agricultural 1 zone, and that will prohibit residential uses. The severed lands having farm-related buildings on the site do not comply with the township bylaws, therefore will be required to be rezoned to rural residential exception zone to permit a hobby farm. After today's inspection, that's not the case. We will require the zoning to be rural residential, and then it will comply with the rural residential, that it won't be a hobby farm because all the farm buildings have been removed from site. The township staff, we have not received any phone calls or emails or any negative correspondence from any of the neighboring properties or anybody. The Township Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services reviewed the site and has indicated he's satisfied with a safe entrance may be obtained. So both the severed and the retained parcels entrances are not an issue as well. And so when reviewing the preliminary severance review, the county planning staff, at first glance, they said this doesn't comply with the official plan or provincial policy statement because there's no frontage on the 8th line. And in fact, we do maintain the 8th line in front of the farm, in front of this farmhouse, this property that's being severed. And there's township grading is done, the gravel is put down, the ditching has been done, there's been some brushing done. The road is maintained and has been maintained for several years now. And so this was reviewed by the Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services, and he advised that yes, it is a municipally maintained road and frontage is a municipally maintained road. So it does comply with the official plan, provided we're going to make sure that the severance has the minimum 30 meters of frontage on the 8th line. That was, we're not going to create an undersized frontage when we don't have to. And I've completed the municipal appraisal form, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, I'll read the recommended motion and we'll have discussion after that. That the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts this report regarding consent agenda B-172-22 Crowley Lot 2 for information, and further that the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood recommends or doesn't recommend the consent application B-172-22 Crowley Lot 2 for further that the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood directs staff to submit the municipal appraisal form to Peterborough County Land Division. Can somebody make that motion? Moved by Councillor Walsh, seconder. Councillor or Deputy Mayor Burt, discussion, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor Wilford. Through you to Ed. In regards to the unopened road allowance, I guess my question is, where's the disconnect between what the county understands and what the township has? And in terms of the official paperwork, I feel that this application, that you are doing the paperwork for them, and that there's a lot of it will be done, it will be done. And my concern is that now that the buildings have been torn down, what is the official size of the lot? I just feel that the paperwork is sort of in progress as opposed to coming completed. And I am, with the road allowance, my question is, why does the county think it's an unopened allowance? And how do we make sure that that is official?
Through you, Mayor.
Yes.
The township roads on the county map are generally indicated with a yellow line that runs down the road, down the center line of the road, and that appears to be a township road. So on some of these, we have the odd one where some of these little spurs will say come off a few hundred feet, 200, 300, 400, 500 feet, sometimes more. And the township actually goes down and maintains it, and the county is just not aware of it. And so we've had discussions with our CAO and with our public works manager to send the county a GIS map with the information on it to show that this distance from here to here is actually a township road. So they've been advised verbally, but I will follow up and send like a marked up map. So then they just do a map correction at their end, so that when they're doing their reviews and stuff, they'll see that it is actually a township road, and it has been a township road for a number of years. So that the disconnect is just the GIS. We find it's not a perfect mapping system, and there are some errors in it, and we continually find little things and fix little things as we go along. And that's just one of those things that the county wasn't aware. They just made an assumption that that wasn't a township road, when in fact once we advised them that it was, then it was like, oh, okay, good. That's good. So we'll make sure that that mapping is fixed up on that little part, and we may even we'll try to fix up any other ones as they come along as well.
I had the same concern, Stephanie. I talked to Peter about that also earlier.
And thank you, Ed and Mayor Wilford, through you again. And regarding the paperwork, I do feel that there's a lot that you're speaking to that will be changed. And I don't know quite what I'm saying, but there's, for example, you did the site visit today to see that the buildings have been demolished. So what are we approving? Are we approving the 30 meters by whatever, or are we approving a smaller footprint? I'm just not clear exactly what I'm approving if I approve it. What is the actual size of the lot? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. So the minimum, they've asked on their application that it be 60 meters by 60 or 20 meters, sorry, which is 66 feet by 481 feet. So that's 1.17 acres. And the minimum size is like 0.99 of an acre, 0.98 of an acre. And the minimum frontage is 100 feet. So the lot that we pass will be a minimum of 100 feet, and just over the 1.17 that's proposed meets the minimum requirement. It will increase to possibly 1.5 acres, thereabouts, plus or minus. So, well, in order to meet the minimum frontage requirements. So it meets the minimum area, and we'll ensure that it meets the minimum frontage of 100 feet. So it should pass exactly the way that it's submitted, other than increasing the frontage. And so from the 66 feet that they're asking for to 100 feet. So all that is doing is adding an additional like 40 or less than 40 feet of frontage by the same depth that they're going back. That way it meets more than the minimum lot area that's required, because the house is set back that far from the road. Then that's why they're going back the 481 feet, thereabouts. So it'll be roughly 100 feet wide by 500 feet deep, plus or minus. That meets all the requirements.
All right, Councillor Hodge?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Burt?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm actually kind of in a similar mind of Councillor Hodge-Greaves. There's just that, that piece on page 319 about the maintained road year round. Now we know that it is that. There's the change in the property lines that Ed kind of redrew and put his input in. And I think my confusion, and certainly for new counselors, it is confusing because we get a report and then we hear different variations on it during the meeting. So I'm just wondering for clarification, and I'm just throwing this out there, and it's certainly open for conversation. If this couldn't just go back, tidy it up, clean up that wording, that paragraph about the unopened road allowance is not applicable any longer, and to have the drawings similar
What they're
or the
supposed to
same
be.
throughout, and then just bring it back. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know what that looks like, but that would be, for in my mind, just to make everything crystal clear, cut and dried. That makes sense to me, but I'll just leave that where it is, and I'm sure there's other conversation around that, and Ed, you can address that.
Okay, through you, Mayor. So we
Yes.
could defer our recommendation if that's council wishes, and ask that the application be revised. The county is the authority on the severances, so they can take our recommendation or not. And we would put on the municipal appraisal form that they resubmit the site plan and the application to be a minimum of like 100 feet by 500 feet, if that's, or something similar to that, that makes sense. And that it would be rezoned to rural residential if they approve it from agricultural without, say they decide not to revise the application. We are not going to approve the severance, or I mean the survey. They always send the survey to the township to review to make sure it complies. And if it doesn't have the 30 meters, it doesn't comply. So they're going to have to do the minimum 30 meters of frontage. Plain and simple. They're going to have to, the setback requirements are going to have to comply with the zoning issue, or with the zoning requirements for on the side lot lines and the rear lot lines, or they're not going to get a pass on the survey as well. The problem were these severances, sometimes they don't talk to the township, and they go ahead and they fill paperwork out, and they don't have to talk to the township, but it's just great if they did, because then we can kind of stick handle them and guide them the right way to do it. But they don't have to talk to us, and then we're not aware, and they're not aware of what the special rules are when you're doing a severance. And I spelled out what the minimum criteria was in order for her to do a severance that's surplus to farming operations. So the minimum frontage is 100 feet. So they would have put 30 meters, 100 feet, had they have known that. So we wouldn't pass it without it complying with the rule. And so all it would take is communication on their part, and things would just go a lot nicer. But sometimes they just don't. Sometimes they just submit stuff. The county planning department, they accept applications as submitted. And we've had horrible applications in the past where half of the information is wrong or missing or incomplete. And we've had to deal with it as an agency and put in our 2 cents to make sure that they do end up in compliance with the official plan and in compliance with the zoning bylaw. Those are our two main documents that we use. This is just one of those times where we weren't consulted or talked to. The applications just came to us directly from the county, and we received it as is. And so we just make the best of it and make it comply with the rules.
Councillor War?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor, to Ed. Ed, I want to thank you for the clarifications because I was struggling with this as well. And I do think we need to clear up a few things. I think on page 319, that was, where I was struggling. I think that's what everyone's referring to as well. I did want to ask you a question. Has there ever been any severances on unopened road allowances? But this one has been maintained. So we have, I guess, a record of how long that's been done. But have we ever, had lot severances on unopened road allowances? And just a second follow up to that question is, if the outbuildings had still been on the property, how big would this severance have had to have been for the house in that section? It would have been more of a hobby farm, I'm assuming, so a little bit more acreage. And I also would like to see more detail where that septic and well is going to land. Like, I just think we do need some more clarification. So sorry for all of that, but that's where my thought process is at.
Okay, so had all those buildings been there, the minimum size would have been about 2.5 acres.
Yeah.
And so we know now that it will be between 1.5 acres and 2.5 acres because it doesn't need to be quite as big as what I was proposing. And their sketch, they had the line drawn right through the buildings of the rear lot line. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? You can't do that. So you can't. That's why I went out there and did the inspection just to verify and make sure. And I'm glad that I did. What was your the first part?
Sorry, the second part was, have we ever had severances on unopened road allowances?
I've noticed in Asphodel Township, prior to amalgamation, there were some landlocked parcels of land created that have unopened road allowances to them. They don't have dwellings on them. And we've had one recently come in where a person wanted to purchase that property and build a house on it. Then he wanted a trailer on it, and then he wanted a mobile home on it, and then and we're saying you have to bring the road up to a municipal standard in order to get a building permit. And so it would be very few and far between, and it would have been decades and decades ago that there would be any properties created on an unopened road allowance. So back in the 70s, more or less, that's the time that, or 60s and 70s, that's when a lot of them would have been created. There weren't a lot of planning rules back then. And so you could come in with a survey and create a plan and get a severance. And so today, you don't get a building permit if you don't front on a municipally maintained road. So you don't. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but I'm not aware of a single lot in recent decades, like since 1990 that I've been in the municipal world, that I've seen a severance created on an unopened road allowance.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the road that is going up to that laneway is up to the municipal standards. Like, I know that we've been looking after it. I wasn't sure if there was any more work that had to be done to ensure that that was maintained. So, but thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Councillor Walsh, before I let you talk, I'm looking at this also. I was out there and drove out and seen the same thing as what Ed did. But we did discuss earlier on entrance permits, and looking at this piece of property, you're going to need an entrance permit after this is done. Is that correct, Ed?
Yes.
The farmer itself?
The retained parcel, he will require an entrance, a permit to get onto this retained parcel of land from the 8th.
Okay, thank you. Barry, Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, I think I'm just echoing a lot of comments from Stephanie Hodge agrees, Councillor Burt or Deputy Mayor Burt. I'd like to see this. My thoughts are I'd like to see this go back and get cleaned up a little bit more, so that we know exactly what we're looking at. I appreciate, Ed, you going out today and seeing the problem. I think we've all been out there the last week. Certainly been some changes. It'd be nice to see it cleaned up. The road inquiry on page 319, that was a big concern to me. We got educated today that that is a maintained road, so that's good to hear, because was not aware of that. And getting that lot size cleaned up. I'd love to see it being kept at 2 to 2.5 acres. So if we want somebody to have a little hobby farm in the country, let's give them a little bit of acreage that they can actually have a hobby farm in the country. So
Nice.
I'd love to see that size stay somewhat the same. But I'd like to, I think my feeling is I'd just like to defer this and have it cleaned up and come back again.
Okay, I gotta ask CAO White. We did have a motion.
Yeah,
do
so
we
you have to
receive-
call the vote, and then the motion on the floor was to recommend the consent. So you have to call the vote on that, and then you need to ask for a different motion.
Okay, everybody heard what the motion was. It recommended. All in favor of that? The motion is not
Lost,
carried, denied, lost.
motion lost.
Would somebody like to put forward a motion? Councillor Greaves, Hodge?
I'd like
Hodge
to
Greaves,
put
sorry.
forward the motion that R10 consent application B-172-22 Crowley Lot 2 be deferred for a future council. Is that a future meeting, or is that the right wording?
That the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood defers report R10 detailing consent application B-172-22 Lot 2 to a future council meeting. And further, that the council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood directs staff to advise the applicant
For more information.
of the concerns raised today, because I think there needs
Right.
to be some communication with them so they understand the defer and what it is that you guys are looking to come back.
Yes. That's Hodge Greaves and seconder. Councillor Walsh.
Second with a comment, please.
All right, that's a seconder. Go ahead, Barry, with your comment.
Yeah, just my only comment is, and I got confused on this yesterday when I went to visit them, the signage at each of these lots is swapped. The signage for this one is the actual other lot that we just discussed in R9. So I'd like that cleaned up. That if somebody else is out looking at these, that it's the right sign on the piece of property.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor of that motion? That motion's carried. Council, would you like to take a 5-minute break here? I would. So we'll.
You need a
so
motion?
we'll
Motion,
Need a motion, Councillor Walsh, Deputy Mayor Burt, all in favor? That motion's carried.
thank you, Mayor. So these are housekeeping reports. The next few ones are annual reports that you see each year. Traditionally, reports that are for information purposes only, we tend to put on the consent agenda if they don't require an action of council. But as this is the first time our new members of council are seeing these reports, I didn't feel comfortable just putting them on the consent, so I can talk you through the requirements and why we present this information in case you have any questions in regards to it. So there's certain provincial acts that have certain requirements to the treasurer in order that they have to report to council on an annual basis. This is one of them. So under the Municipal Act, we have to provide to council the remuneration and expenses that were paid to councillors of the previous year. So what you see in front of you is a spreadsheet that documents the year of 2022 and all of the honorariums, other honorariums that may be received by other boards. In this case, it would be ORCA. mileage, training seminars and conferences. Just to advise a couple of things. So all of the training that was received during orientation, so going up to Duro-Dummer, Mayor skip down to Kingston, the online stuff that we participated in with the county, as well as there was the 2 counselors that attended Roma. The hotel rooms were booked in December that hit the township visa. So that portion is on 2022 as well. Other expenses is cell phone. That is paid directly for the mayors only. And then under our bylaw, the Police Services Board gets an honorarium of $100 a year. That's a provincial appointee that the province appoints, which is Mr. Doug Piercy. So he is also mentioned on the statement of remuneration as he receives remuneration and he's on a council appointed board. All other boards, there's no remuneration that goes out from the township. So that's it in a nutshell. There isn't much to say. Those amounts, you see them on your T4s that you'll receive, and then any training seminars and conferences I'll report on for 2023. You'll get reported on the beginning of the year in 2024. So again, this report just has to be made public, and I didn't want to put it on the consent in case there was any questions.
Thanks, Candace.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I'll move ahead with the motion that's presented in front of us, that the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts and acknowledges this report regarding the statement of council remuneration and expenses paid in 2022 for information only. Mover, Councillor Moore. Seconder, Councillor Hodge-Greaves. Any discussions? The Deputy Mayor Burt.
Sorry, no discussion. I was just gonna raise my hand to approve. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Walsh.
Same, ditto. Just getting
Okay.
ready to vote.
You've been delayed on our end, I think.
All in favor of that motion, Council? That motion's carried. Candace, R12, 2022 Annual Development Charge Summary. Candace, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, very, very similar. This is annually, the treasurer is required to bring forward an annual report detailing the activity in the development charge fund. The current status of the development charge.
Losing your voice.
You're losing my voice?
I'm losing your voice, Candace. Is anybody else?
Maybe.
Ahead again, Candace, sorry.
Maybe mute yourself, Mayor, and maybe that'll help you. He looks frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely frozen.
Mm-hmm.
I need
Okay.
yep. Oh.
Do you want me
Mayor, put a
to
motion to
yeah. I
Is
can
that
assume
better?
the chair and just call for a recess. Motion for
Yeah.
recess, please. Maybe.
Yes, please.
Yeah, motion for recess, please. I'm
Working
calling
now.
it, so if somebody could.
Try again.
Councillor War and second Councillor
Candace?
Hodge-Greaves, all in favor?
Yeah, that's fine. You're back on.
Oh, you're still he's still frozen.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll just
Yeah.
pause the record.
Okay, thank you. Motion to resume the meeting.
Right.
Councillor Hodge-Greaves, seconded by Councillor Walsh, all in favor? Carried. And due to technical difficulties, I will continue chairing the meeting at this time and continue on. Candace, you were talking about the Development Charge Reserve Fund.
Wonderful. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the current state of the Development Charge Fund is as predicted. We knew that Norwood Park Phase 3, when it came online, that's what really boosted the fund. We had all of the growth related expenditures in sanitary and other public works requirements. So that's what depleted the fund by 632,000 approximately. The columbarium at the cemetery was new, and so they used their development charges to purchase a new columbarium. So that was also pulled from the fund to see a final balance in the fund of just over or just shy of $327,000. That is expected then to grow again when Norwood Park Phase 4 comes online probably in fourth quarter of this year. And then we are slated to do a new DC bylaw. So because in 2018, we adopted a 5-year bylaw. It's up in 2023. That is when you're going to see changes to the approach of the development charge. You're going to be able to see what our new justified charge is. So we have to complete a background study based on our infrastructure and infrastructure needs and growth projections. That background study and infrastructure needs feeds into a justified charge, and a justified charge is what the consultant justifies that the township should charge per lot. Under the new legislation, we're only allowed to go in year 1 at 20% of that justified charge. We still haven't even hit 80% of our, or just getting to 80%, I should say, of our justified charge from back in 2018. Council back in 2018 took a softer approach to DC collection. So to assist with promoting growth was their approach to that. And then we've been just increasing at $500 increments each year up until 2023. New bylaw will come in place, which will dictate the next 10 years, as it's a 10-year bylaw, not a 5-year bylaw. You see there's a specific area charge for street lights and sidewalks, and then stormwater management. That levy or that portion is only applied to the village of Norwood. If someone was to build and put forward a development that is applicable to DCs, they would not be charged that levy. It would be pulled out because obviously they don't have that type of infrastructure in the rural side, so they don't have to pay a DC for it. So yes, again, just housekeeping. That's the current state of the bylaw. No surprises there. And I'll take any questions from council.
Any questions at this time? None? Okay, motion to receive that report from CEO Candace White. Councillor Walsh, second by Councillor Hodge-Greaves, all in favor? Motion carried. And Mayor Wilford, you're looking very unfrozen at this time. Would you like to relinquish the chair? Oh, you're muted, sorry. Oh, still muted. Well, I'll keep going. Okay, I'll just keep going. And when you want to hop in, you let me know. We are on R13. Candace White, CEO, Clerk Treasurer, reporting requirement under Ontario Reg 284-09, the PSAB report.
Again, to continue with our housekeeping annual report theme, you will see this one as well at the beginning of every year. It is a reporting requirement that the treasurer has to complete on an annual basis. And basically, we just have to ensure that council is aware that the budget that we adopt does not include future post-closure landfill, future employee benefits, and amortization that are not included. That's a provincial-wide. It's not a unique approach to Asphodel-Norwood. That is the approach taken by municipalities. You do have the ability, if you want, to start budgeting for amortization. But as you can see, what the amortization expense is for 1 year at $1.5 million. That's not attainable. So it's pretty clear as to why it's not a provincial requirement to actually budget it. That's why we have asset management plans. That's why we have reserve allocations, so that we can plan for future replacements of assets. And most times we get grants for replacement of larger capital items. So again, putting $1.5 million into the bank to cover off the useful life of assets on an annual basis is not attainable for a municipality of our size. I am aware of some municipalities that are able to do that, and most of them have casinos in their backyards, and with that revenue, that's what they do with it. So good for them. We are not in that position, so we continue on with the asset management plan and reserve allocations. Landfill post-closure expenses, you can see again, it's about $1 million. We know that we are 300,000 of that 1 million is in a reserve that is going to be utilized in 2023 for the closure of our landfill. The remaining 650,000 to 700,000 that they put on our financial statements as a liability, and it's reported as a liability because it's an actual stipulated provincial requirement of monitoring of that landfill for the next 25 years. So they estimate how much is it going to cost the municipality to have to monitor the landfill for 25 years. That's an actual liability. We don't budget for it because we absorb annually the cost of monitoring in our operating budget. So there's no need to have $700,000 sitting there. And we have no post-employment liabilities to report to council and haven't for quite a number of years. So I will leave it to council for if you have any questions.
Councillor Hodge-Greaves, go ahead.
Just, I'm not familiar with the language of what post-employment liabilities is. I'm not familiar with what that actually means.
So if we were to have I guess post-retirees potentially, any sort of an actuary actually has to come in. So the auditors would say, okay, you have a post-employment liability. It would be pension driven, benefit driven. And if we were to incur something like that, we actually have to have an actuary report. So an actuary is a risk manager, kind of financial person that would come in and take a look. Most small corporations or municipalities don't have this. It's the larger, more unionized environments that would have a post-employment liability situation. I'm unaware of us ever having such a thing, and definitely don't foresee us having one. But the language in the Act states that we have to have that clause reported that we don't have any, and it's not included in the budget, and I don't foresee that ever changing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, council? Seeing none, motion to accept this report. Councillor War, second. Councillor Walsh, all in favor? Carried, thank you very much. Mayor Welford, are you good now? You're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Are you hearing me?
Yep,
Am
you're
I
good.
moving?
I will now relinquish the chair back to the mayor so you can get back to work. Thank you.
All right, we'll go on to our 14 fees and charges bylaw update. Candace, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So annually, staff reviews, and sometimes even more than once per year, the fees and charges bylaw, and we present an amended version to council for approval. We've highlighted the changes, so you don't have to compare the two documents and try to figure that out for yourself where the changes are. Up front, there's a couple of things that I'd like to highlight. One, there's no proposed changes to the community center, ice rentals, facility rentals, etc. I believe I touched base with council on this previously, but we would like to bring forward an end of season change and start moving forward with a May 1 to May 1 fees and charges approach, just to ensure that, when the ice season runs for our user groups, it's a little easier for them to set their own fees and budget when our rates don't change mid-season. So that's why you're not seeing that. So you'll see that again in a few months. The other thing I would like to highlight is we have always had, or at least since 2016, the open air burning bylaw and the fees associated with the open air burning in a separate bylaw. And then what happens annually, we bring this report forward, but we don't bring forward the open air burning bylaw on a regular basis. So what is happening then is those fees, and we just had to do a big amendment in 2022, those fees get kind of lost in the shuffle because they're not included in our governing fees and charges bylaw document. So staff is proposing with this new bylaw, and we have the open air burning bylaw in the bylaw section of today's agenda, to just refer, like our other bylaws do, our waste bylaws, just refer everybody back to fees and charges, because as that document updates, then we are able to have current fees, and we're looking at those appropriate fees on an annual basis. So it's basically just we're changing its home. We're not changing any of those fees. Maybe a better way to put it. So those are the two, I would say, caveats leading into the fees and charges changes. Previous discussion in regards to our updated animal control bylaw for livestock guardian dog, just to ensure that we have alignment with bylaws. It wasn't included at all. There was no language in the fees and charges, but just to make it clear, we've got no charge there. Same with the pickup truck. We did not have a pickup truck as a fee associated with it for an hourly rate in our fees and charges bylaw. So we have added that to ensure that that's covered. All the way down, you see an increase in the public works equipment for an increase in the hourly rate. Again, that is fuel based. It hasn't been updated in a number of years to actually be in alignment in the current costs of that. And those come into play in a T&M scenario, a time and material scenario, where the municipality is charging things out. So say, for instance, we haven't assumed a subdivision and we have to go up and do some work on work that's deficient, and we have to go up and complete the work, and then we bill back the developer. Well, these are the rates that are used to bill back. They do include man hours are included in that, so we don't includes one operator as well. Outside of that chart, you will see all of the entrance. I won't go through all that again because Peter did a great job detailing his report. So all of the entrance permit fees are listed there as well. So I would just like to give the opportunity for any comments or questions on that section before I get into the fitness center and studio space portion of the report, if that's okay. Just so we can break it up.
Any questions, Councillor Walsh? Barry, you're muted.
Sorry, my apologies. Quick question through you, Mayor. Candace, thanks for explaining the trucks and backhoes. I wasn't quite sure why they were in there, but that makes sense. So a lot of it is obviously billing back for developers. What about snowplow sanding that would potentially happen up in?
So in our agreement system, we have that laid out. So, and again, a tandem dump truck would be the hourly rate, plus then we would have a cost for material on top of salting and sanding. There is, just to be clear though, there is other scenarios where that potentially gets charged out, but I would say maybe once or twice a year. But they're just the rates that we charge our equipment out at.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, moving on. So the item of great interest of today's council meeting, we've had lots of community questions and lots of individuals wondering what's going to be happening with the fitness and studio space. After a lot of thought and research and going back at this 100 different ways and researching out the best way to approach it, we lost the mayor. Deputy Mayor, what would you like to
carry on? I can take over. Carry on.
Thank you. Deputy Clerk, just record in the minutes, please. So it was very difficult to find a comparator to us. So the closest and easiest comparator is in Apsley in the township of North Kawartha, as they have a community center with a nice surface, etc., and they own their own fitness center that's attached to that. When we start comparing, trying to pull from the wellness center in Peterborough or the Y, when you pay for a daily pass, you get a walking track, squash court, swimming pool, and it was very difficult to pull pieces out. And then the field house in Hastings, again, when you pay for a day pass, you have more of a complement of services. But we did research and talk to all of those individuals, and that's why I gave you the links. Instead of me trying to copy and paste their fee structures in, I thought if you wanted to visit those other comparable sites, they were there. But we feel that the rate structure is a good place to start. We know that there's growing pains coming. We have no idea exactly what that's going to look like. We've never owned a fitness club before. We've never had a studio space before. So we are going to be looking at the next year and monitoring it seasonally, to see what the seasonal intake is going to look like, and what it looks like for us operationally. We're just not really sure. And we have different staffing complements throughout the year. So in the winter time, we have staff there all the time, as you are quite aware. And then in the summertime, it's definitely, we have a lot of summer students, and there's normally someone there, but it's not for the same number of hours. It's definitely, you know, they're not there till 11 and 12 o'clock at night, like the staff are in the wintertime. So the details in regards to how the fitness center is going to operate is coming to you on February 28th. I think I said that in my staff report. That's going to detail all of the other questions that you're going to want to ask me today as to, you know, opening hours and all of the rules of the space. We do need to have a health questionnaire filled out for membership. So I'm going to give you what that looks like, how we're going to advertise it, the grand opening, because the ribbon cutting is not the grand opening because the construction contractor has not relinquished the site. So it is still task force's legal construction site. They are allowing the ribbon cutting and they are allowing us to do the guided tours, but there is a deficiency list that they're eagerly working through, and it's not going to be, but we're thinking the first week of March will be the actual, you know, grand opening, open the doors. Here's our first opening day type thing, but there's no point me telling you what that date is today because I don't even really know. It could be March 1st, could be March 4th, could be February 27th. So I'll be in a better position to report on that final day at the meeting on the 28th. And hopefully I can say that date we're ready to go as soon as we approve the things that need to be approved on the 28th. But in order to get signage ordered and in order to figure out the membership and get our software working and uploaded, we need to have the fees discussion and get that approved to move to the next step to get ready for the big grand opening. So as you can see, we do have an adult provision. So just to give council an idea, we have $50,000 in the budget. So if we had 100 adults register for a monthly rental for a year, that gives us our budget. So based on our conversations to date and the uptake from the community, I don't think that's going to be a stretch. I don't know that it'll be in the first week that we're open, but I do foresee the ability to be able to at least be handing out 100 memberships. You can see that there's a different rate structure for a senior, which is 65 plus, a youth, which is ages 13 to 18. We are not recommending that the fitness center be open to anyone under the age of 13. There's multiple reasons for that, and we can discuss if council deems necessary. The adult is 18 plus, and then a student age 19 to 25 with a valid student card. So, you know, our university students and college students, apprentices, etc. And then, of course, the family rate. All family members have to provide proof that they have the same place of residence, that they have the same address. And it can be a minimum of 2 adults and a maximum of 4 persons. And the reason it's worded as persons is that the complement of a family could look very different, and it's very difficult to try to come up with wording to address every single scenario. So it could be 2 adults and a youth and a student, 2 adults and 2 students, 2 adults and 2 youths, 2 adults and 1 senior and 1 student, 2 adults, 1 senior, 1 youth. You know, if you have a elderly parent living with you and you have a child and 2 parents. So we left it with a minimum of 2 adults and a maximum of 4 persons, as long as it's applicable, they're over 13 and up. Then you're able to get a family pass. We will be doing random checks as staff to ensure that the individuals that are utilizing the space are the members themselves and that the cards are not being shared. The biggest thing with the liability with that is if a member was to hand their card off to a friend or another family member to go and utilize the space, they haven't filled out the health questionnaire and the liability paperwork and the membership paperwork. So we have no information on them, and plus they haven't paid the fees to utilize the space. So the agreement in which the membership agreement will be very clear to state that that card is not to be shared. And we will be doing random checks to kind of set that tone. Replacement cards, you lose your cards. They're not free to us. The first one you get is free as part of your membership, but if you lose your cards, it's $20 to replace them. Any questions on fitness center before we go into studio space?
Any questions, council? Councillor Walsh, go ahead.
Just one quick question through you, Deputy Mayor, is, so example, adult $9, that's $9 GST included, or is it 9 plus GST?
So all of the rates in Schedule B to the bylaw, at the very top, all pricing includes HST. So Schedule B, all of the pricing includes HST for studio space and all fitness center membership to make the life easier for our staff and everyone. But then that is not the same though for Schedule A. The Schedule A, obvious, it says plus HST beside the applicable fees.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions, council?
Okay.
No.
Moving on to the studio space. So staff is recommending it's actually $30 an hour plus HST is $33.90. So we're saying $33.90 HST included. The facility rentals, so in the Millennium Room and the Town Hall are currently an hourly rate plus HST. So that if you are comparing them, so our Town Hall is $27 per hour plus HST, while the studio space is $30 an hour plus HST, which comes to the $33.90. So we're not adding HST on top of that $33.90. So it is a little bit more expensive. It is a different space. It's a dedicated space. And we're also providing a relief for if you want to rent it for a month, you're allowed to get a maximum of 8 1-hour blocks, and then you can save a bit of money. If you want to run a program out of there and rent it over a larger span of time with a minimum of 3 months, then you are allowed to have a maximum of 8 1-hour rentals per month. But you get it a little bit cheaper again to try to, entice people to maybe rent the space in larger blocks, or if someone is interested in that, at least we have something there that they can save a little bit of money that way. The space has to be cleaned in between each one. So township staff will be doing inspections and cleaning the space in between. The space does provide storage for spin bikes. I had it built with built-in storage in the wall. So if we want to purchase spin bikes down the road and have spin classes offered there, they can be rolled and pushed into the wall in a cupboard. So then it can be a ballet class next, or a Zumba class, or a karate class, or whatever it may be. So it's going to be very flexible as far as use goes. So.
Okay, are you finished, Candace?
I can take questions before I carry on. That's okay.
Okay, Councillor Hodge-Greaves, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, the hourly rentals. So if a person's offering a class that's an hour, do they need to pay? Does that include the setup and takedown? For example, because everything always, for example, if I know there are not spin bikes yet, but if there were, would they need to set up, pay it for 2 hours? I'm just curious about that.
Staff would pay, it's when we get to that point, my approach would be that staff, so that we're handling the bikes, that we would set up the bikes because we would own them. So we would set them up and we would take them down and ensure that they're cleaned and wiped down and stored away properly. I think just from a longevity perspective of the equipment, it may work out a bit better.
And Councillor Ward?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to clarify also that if there was a person teaching in the studio space and they also had in the possession of a semi-annual or annual membership, the 10%, it equates to $27 an hour for that space rental instead of the 30. So it's $27 plus the HST. Is that correct?
That's correct. So yeah, I hadn't quite got there yet, but yeah, so that equates down to the town hall rental. space. But, you know, the town hall is large and you get a kitchen, and we're finding that maybe the use for that wouldn't be the same as the studio space, but at least if there is an appetite to utilize it, our municipal facilities are in alignment for cost. So it's more being, the choice of space is more being directed by appropriate use versus rate. And that's where we would like to head. And as far as feasibility goes, if an adult utilizes the fitness center 5 times in a month, it is paid for itself. I just wanted to, I think that's important for people to know. If you utilize the fitness center 12 times over a 3-month period, so not 12 times per month, it's 12 over the 3 months, it's paid for itself. 20 times in a 6-month period, and 34 times in a 12-month period. So that's not even 3 times a month over 12 months, and it pays for itself. So I think when you put it into that perspective, you can see that it's, you know, I think that the fees are fairly reasonable, and we are in alignment, fairly close to what North Kawartha is doing. And we staff has went and visited the space, talked to their staff, and learned the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it was really helpful, really helpful. We are working on with the facility rental software. We had a meeting this morning. That project has been kickstarted. Part of that facility rental software will obviously include the ability to rent the studio space. It'll be an option on that software. And with that, we're going to implement online facility booking and online payments at the same time. So then you'll be able to pay for certain things online. Memberships, you know, you have to submit health questionnaires and some other things. So there is some caveats that we have to work through. But the ability to pay for it online is our goal, is to get there, but it will be hinged with the facility online booking software. Those conversations are happening together. Because when you book something online, if you want to be able to pay for it online, that has to hinge into the back end of our general ledger and our financial software. So there is some pieces, moving parts here that we're working together, and we know people are going to want to pay for potentially this space online or renew memberships and stuff online without having to make special trips to places. So we are cognizant of that, and please know that it is in the works in 2023. And I know that there's going to be a million different options that are going to be flung at us for, can I rent the space, the fitness studio, to provide personal training? Can I rent it for my hockey team? Can I rent it for a high school fitness class? All of these things. And I know those conversations are coming. We just want to get the doors open and see what it looks like for us. And we want to walk before we run. We really don't know what this is going to look like, but we know those conversations are imminent, and we're not going to be waiting a whole long time before we have those conversations and make those options available. But once you move in a hockey team or a high school class, then potentially the fitness center isn't available to the paid members because all the equipment is being used. So then I have a paid member show up and they can't use the space that they paid a membership for. So I'm thinking we're going to have some language, and we're working on that now to figure out what that's going to look like in the membership agreements, to state that there could be certain blocks of time on a weekly basis where the fitness center has been assigned for hockey team. Now, that said, the studio space, of course, would move forward. There would be no interruption to the studio space. And do we want to be able to do that? Is it more of a first come, first serve basis? And does every person on the hockey team have to have a membership? Is it just the coach? Are we going to have them a regular fees? Like, so many different facets. And we just need a bit more time to figure out what this looks like, so we make the best decision and the best approach for the users, the staff, and the overall community. So stay tuned a little bit on that stuff. If you get asked at the ribbon cutting, let people know that, we are working on it. It's on our radar, but we just don't know 100% what it's going to look like yet, if that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, stay tuned on the 28th. You'll get all the rest of the nitty gritty, and hopefully I'll be able to report on the actual grand opening.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor War, and I have a quick question as well.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Candace, if I can just circle back, I know we've been talking about the fitness center, but there was a question that I neglected to ask earlier about the parks. And in particular, the Westwood Baseball Diamond and the fee of $116 per day for the tournament and HST. I was just wondering, anybody else's thoughts on that? I don't think that Diamond is in the condition to host a tournament, in my opinion. And I was wondering if we might have further conversation on that. And I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I just feel that $116 a day for that baseball diamond, it's not in condition to play, in my opinion. Thank you.
Right.
And a couple comments. I think that has been talked about before, and yeah, that diamond I'm sure is not up to standards. So we'll let staff handle that. And just a question, Candace, for the fitness center, the pricing, staff / council has a reduction, and I truly appreciate that for staff. I think that is very wise going forward. I know the county has a wellness plan up to $500 a year, and I think it's being very proactive, helping to enable our staff, hopefully reduce some perhaps WSIB claims, that sort of thing. And I haven't talked to anybody else about this. I myself am not comfortable as a council member. I would rather not be included on that. Staff, firefighters, absolutely. Council at this time, not so much. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Unfortunately, we've lost our mayor, but if I could just have other opinions here. Councillor Greaves, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, I would agree with that. I'm uncomfortable as an elected member receiving such a significant discount. I spoke to CAO regarding the rationale behind the 50% discount for staff, and it does make sense to incentivize staff so that at the back end you reduce costs in healthcare, and particularly with firefighters, that, you know, and park staff, that makes sense. But I would concur with you, Deputy Mayor. As a councillor, I'm uncomfortable with such a significant discount.
Any other discussion? Councillor Walsh, go ahead.
Yeah, I will concur with both of you. Thank you very much for the offer, but I totally agree with what Councillor Hodge-Greaves has said. Also, I spoke to Candace. Yeah, for the staff makes total sense, and our employees, because it can help on the back end in terms of potential health benefits and drug cost savings. But personally, for me, I'm comfortable if I want to use it to pay a full membership.
Okay, and it wasn't really an offer. It was just, we were just following alignment with our neighbors.
We do appreciate it. Do we need a motion to take that word council out of there, or can that just be done because we haven't passed this schedule?
Yeah, like, I don't, we can add it. I can, when you're ready to call the motion, I'll word the motion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion on this report? No further discussion. Okay. Do you want to do the wording on this, Candace?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
That the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood accepts this report with the revisions suggested by the CAO Clerk Treasurer and the members of council. And further to that, the Council of the Township of Asphodel-Norwood directs staff to remove council from Schedule B of Bylaw 2023-11 prior to adoption.
Do we have someone to move that? Councillor Hodge-Greaves, seconder. Councillor Walsh, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And Candace, you're still on management action list.
Okay. Thank you so much. You can see all of this stuff staff reports on February 14th and what's coming up on the 28th of February. The annual Section 11 and Section 22 reports. There are also annual reports that you'll see every year that's required from the province for operating authorities that have drinking water systems. So you'll see them every year. We have to post them. So Kyle will be bringing that forward. Got some interesting updates on the Pride Crosswalk request from Peterborough County. So location change, and they want 50% of the cost from the lower tier. So we're going to give you all of that, and the cost of it's going to curl. I was shocked. CCTV tender results. I'm just to circle back. I'm shocked that the cost, like, to me, when they put forward the initiative, we all have a budgetary process. They all came to us and said last year that they wanted to do the Pride Crosswalk, which we've sent correspondence back fully in support of. Yes, please, here's the location. We want one in our community. Never once did they mention a cost share. So now we're post-budget. We have budget has been adopted, and we have now an ask coming down from Peterborough County of about $10,000. But it's after the budget. Like, so we're going to be put in a position where we supported something, and now, so staff is going to have to put a report together for you guys. We can't put it where we recommended. They actually want it Victoria and Alma, the little kind of in behind us here, that awkward. To me, it's awkward. The awkward pedestrian there, Victoria and Alma, is where the county is recommending for it to go. So there's a whole bunch of more rules involved in it than they originally told us. So as far as it has to be so far away from certain things and certain caveats. So just be prepared for that conversation. But I know you supported it, but township staff feel that you supported it under a different understanding than what we've learned now. And I think it's more the $10,000 conversation that we have to have versus, and the location. I'm not really 100% sure that would be the location that we would 100% choose. So where are we getting the $10,000 from, and what other locations should we be considering? So the staff report will come back to detail some options for you guys to consider. CCTV tender results that closed today. So we'll be able to bring a staff report forward to award that scope of work that was approved in budget. Hopefully DM Wills has the aquifer capacity report. I've yet to see the draft. So there's a lot of work that has to be done before an agenda goes out at the end of next week to see that. So annual building financial department report, to keep going with the theme of annual housekeeping reports. Again, it's a requirement under the Ontario Building Code to report on that annually. Standpipe tender results. It hasn't closed yet, but we will be able to report on that. Subdivision agreement for 22 Birch Street. We did receive, and our engineers have signed off on the final comments on stormwater management for 22 Birch, that 3-lot subdivision down there. So we're going to be trying to get the subdivision agreement in front of you guys. We got to take a look at the draft plan conditions. And then River Road speed concerns brought forward. So Peter and I'll bring that forward. We'll also be in closed session for counselor training and a couple of other items. So there is a closed session coming on the 28th as well. So a much lighter agenda for you all. So it's going to be okay. I do apologize for the massive agenda. I do think it's the largest one we've ever put out, but it's going to get much smaller when you look at the action list. And I'm unaware of any consents, but I'll find out at management team on Thursday morning if Ed has any more applications in. So stay tuned on that. Other than that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from council at this time? Nope, seeing none. Motion to receive the CA or the management action list. Councillor War, second. Councillor Hodge-Graves, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The next we have is correspondence for action, C8, Girl Guides of Canada, First Norwood Sparks Brownies and Girl Guides Unit, proclamation request, World Thinking Day on February 22nd, 2023. And do you wish to receive or support? I'll put that out to council. Councillor Walsh, please.
As I'm surrounded by women on the team's call, I am fully in support of this. They're an awesome organization, and glad we can take part and be part of World Thinking Day, February 22nd.
Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Hodge-Greaves. Thank you very much. Probably good answer there, Councillor Walsh. Oh, and sorry, comment by.
Sorry, can I have
Councillor
I just
Hodge-Greaves.
don't fully understand what a proclamation request means.
Can you answer that, please, Candace?
Yes, I'm actually looking if we need to do a notice of, I was just looking at a procedural bylaw. I think we have to do a notice of extension of meeting past 5 o'clock. So basically it's the mayor proclaiming a day to state that the community will recognize that day. The mayor and the council of the day proclaim the day to be World Thinking Day. We do World Autism Day. We have done, did we done a World Gardening Day?
Yes.
Gardening Day. Basically, it's just saying that the community recognizes the importance of the day, and the mayor and the council support it and hope that the community take pause on that day for that purpose.
Thank you.
You're
welcome.
You're welcome.
And just remind me, did we pass that? I know we had a first and seconder. Did we call the vote? Okay, so call the vote. All in favor, thank you. And
we need a motion. We need a motion to extend the curfew under the procedural bylaw, please.
Wow, this is a first. Okay. Could I have a motion to extend the meeting time past 5 p.m. for this meeting? Councillor War, seconded by Councillor Hodge-Greaves. All in favor? And can I ask Candace, is there a limit to how far we go? We're almost done, but I just want to know.
No. There's nothing in it's Article 12 of our procedural bylaw. There's nothing in there that states, it just says by majority vote. So then if someone has to leave, they can, as long as we have quorum after 5 o'clock to finish things up, but we don't have a dead time. No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on, C9, and it is somebody had to decline their library board position. And I believe we will have to receive that. So could I have a motion? Councillor War, seconder. Councillor Hodge-Greaves, all in favor?
So just so the new councillors know that we just accept we receive and accept their resignation because we appointed them through bylaw. So we accept their resignation and we'll send them off a little thank you to say the council has received and accepts their resignation, and please come back whenever you have, whenever you can. And then my approach to adjust the bylaw will be when we appoint the Business Advisory Committee members, when the bylaw is open to appoint them, we'll remove her name at that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
We will move on to council liaison report. Does anybody have anything additional? Councillor War, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't put this in the report, but we do have a meeting on February 16th at the Heritage Center in Westwood for the Cultural and Heritage Committee to meet and go forward with their agenda. Brenda Bullock was appointed as the chair, Lori McQuaig as the vice chair, and Jeff Dornan as the secretary. So I'm sure the minutes will be coming forward soon, but that's the update on the cultural and heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Any further? Sorry, Councillor Hodge-Greaves, go ahead.
Just that to say that there's a cemetery, the new cemetery board is meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the town hall, and I will do a report following that meeting for the next meeting.
Thank you. And we had a library board meeting last night. Krista Rutherford is the chair, Ashley Calder is the vice chair, and Glenda
Johnson.
Yes,
Johnson.
is the secretary, and I want to go by Glenda's previous last name, and I've lost it here now, but Glenda is the secretary. I apologize. And it looks like a great group, and looking forward to moving along. Any other parts of the liaison report? Do we have to oh, Paula, go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, just one more thing on committees, if I may ask our CAO. I was just wondering, I know that the Trails Committee also met. Is there, has like a new chair been appointed for that, and how's that going as well? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So memory, Rick Serrero is the chair, Roger Bonneau is the vice chair, and Jim Cardy is the secretary. And they're meeting again next week, very soon. They have a meeting very soon.
Are they not meeting the same night as special event, which is March 7th, before us, maybe?
March 7th. That's correct. It is the same night.
Yeah.
We just got to bump one ahead an hour. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So March 7th.
Thank you.
Motion to, oh, sorry, motion to
We don't need
receive
a
the
motion.
liaison. Oh, we don't need a motion? Okay, we'll carry on. CAO clerk treasurer list.
Okay, so just to advise council, City of Peterborough has advised that the portal that addresses our burn permits is being shut down as of July 1. So we have been researching other approaches, and our Who's Responding app that we already have does have a burn permit option with it, and so we are researching that, and we will, there's a staff report coming forward to council, just giving you a heads up. It'll we're probably going to launch before July 1st, just so that if we can work out any bugs we have and still have a secondary process in place. But we're looking at launching in April, but we have a training session on it next week to fully decide if that's the approach we want to do, and if we could take some other approaches. But staff report coming. Yes.
Thank
sorry.
you. Through Deputy Mayor Burt to Candace, if people that already have burn permits, because they are issued by the year, like so you'll notify any. What's that?
It won't impact them.
It won't impact. So you don't have, isn't there a number you have to phone before you do a burn though?
Yeah, so that number is going to be updated. So, but you don't have to do anything with your permit. So your permit will still renew at the same time.
Right.
But who you call, what you have to do to call and advise is going to change. We have put out a kind of a teaser to let people know that the process is changing, just to advise the public, hey, our process is changing. But to be honest with you, we look back in our historical data, the majority of people that get burn permits are the same every year, pretty close. We did over 100 last year.
Wow.
But other than the special event permits, like the regular ones, it's obviously agricultural property heavy. So we know who our audience is and who we need to speak to, but we don't have the full story to communicate yet because we're still really working out the bugs. So all of those permits that say were issued last August, you know, they don't want them to come due again to August. So all of that data has to be uploaded into the new system to recognize when it's going to trigger the permit renewal. What does that look like? Is that onerous, easy? I just want to give you a heads up that we are working through it, and kind of a stay tuned. And hopefully it's a good news story. The speed sign in Westwood at the east end, we sent it away to get fixed. It came back. It's still broken. I don't know why you would not know that before you ship it back to us, but it's going back to Quebec, and we are demanding just a new unit. We don't want it fixed. We want a new unit. It should be under warranty. It was up there no time before it started acting up. The battery's been replaced. We've done all of those types of things, and it's just not fixing the problem. So just to give you guys an update in case you're being asked. The trees in Asphodel Park that unfortunately had to be removed due to emerald ash borer. We have received a couple of phone calls in the municipal office in regards to the removal of those trees and how unfortunate it was. And we 100% agree with all of those sentiments. Just want to reiterate that we have a tree replacement program. I can't replace a 50-year-old tree with a 50-year-old tree, unfortunately, and I do understand it's going to take time to grow those trees, but they will be replaced. But I wanted to, in the public forum, to state why they were taken down, and unfortunately, that horrible disease hit our park. The Roma delegations that the deputy mayor asked about during business arising. So Councillor Ward, Councillor Walsh, and myself met with Laura Smith, the deputy minister of tourism, culture, and sport, and had a conversation in regards to the current arrangement with the operators of the Great Trail, and the fact that the lease arrangement is going to go from $1,100 to $3,000 to them, and how onerous, you know, of an increase that actually is on a volunteer communities. The part that strikes me as the most odd is that it's kind of a universal lease amount, regardless of the length of trail that you govern. So if you govern 30 kilometers of trail, which is approximately, is in our section between Peterborough to Hastings, that is worth $1,100. The Eastern Ontario Trail Alliance, it has 230 kilometers of trail and are able to charge permit fees because they have ATVs and charge ATVs permits. We're not allowed to have ATVs on our trails because we're a green trail, and we were designated as green back when the MNR relinquished the property. So all of those, they pay $1,100. So there's no equity of scale. So we were talking to them as far as when you're taking a look at the approach to these lease arrangements, you take a look at the governing model as to if you're designated as green, the only ability you have to collect money is through the snowmobile club, because they're allowed to use it in the winter. So the snowmobile club then has an arrangement with the Lang Hastings Trail Committee, and they pay an annual fee for that. But ATV or sections of the Great Trail that are able to sell permits are they pay the same amount. So it is a bit of a struggle there, not to mention there isn't a lot of communication amongst the sections of trail. So for instance, we abut the Eastern Ontario Trail Alliance, whether a bridge goes out or whether there's upgrades to that section of trail, it's really no communications or continuity of conversation amongst the different committees. And there's no oversight. The province owns this trail. They pay a management company to oversee it. And then this management company enters into all of these leases, and the trail is all chopped up into these little volunteer bodies. And it's becoming onerous. And what happens when the volunteers just go away? I mean, I know our section of trail is becoming, the volunteers are getting thin, and it's falling on a few shoulders that are aging. And if they go by the wayside, it's just like, well, the trail just grows up then. Like, there's nobody to manage it. Like, that's not a solution to me. So we need to have, at least we highlighted the concern, because I do think to a certain degree, they kind of handed it off to this management company years ago, and it's being managed. And so I do have a meeting with Patrick Whitten coming up, I believe the third week of March, who is basically chief of staff for the minister, to chat about what he is going to do now that we've highlighted this. Like, what does this look like? The other thing is, there's no municipal involvement with the Great Trail at this time. That is not the case on the Eastern Ontario Trail Alliance. The entire board on the EOTA is member municipality councillors. And so all of the member municipal municipalities obviously support the EOTA from a tourism perspective, but then they also have member counselors sit on the board to ensure that those funds are appropriate and resources are allocated. That just happens to be their approach. It's not governed anywhere to state that it has to be that way. But I guess my point is that ours has like a 3 or 4 member board. The vice chair lives in Trenton. You know, our chair is local. Their backup lives in the city of Peterborough, and you know, he's elderly, he's 80 years of age plus. So, you know, we need to try to ensure that this valuable asset that just, we don't own it, but provides a great lifestyle to our residents as far as use goes is sustained. And I just don't feel that the current governing model is ensuring that it's sustained. So that's kind of the update. Once I talk to Patrick Whitten later in March, I'll circle back around to council on that. Any questions on culture, tourism, and sport? No, okay. Minister of Health, we were able to meet directly with Minister Jones. I personally felt, and Councillor Walsh and Councillor Ward can give their own opinion, I personally felt that it was a productive meeting. I felt that she listened to the concerns of rural healthcare and specifically the impact in Asphodel-Norwood. We did chat about our specific requests for funding for a nurse practitioner. And she was quite pleased with the approach that we were taking and who we were discussing with at Ontario Health, and the fact that we are a member of an existing health team. So they like the team approach. So I think if we were advocating to support a fees for service doctor that isn't a part of a health team, there may not have been as warm of a reception. Since that time, I have circled back to my contacts at Ontario Health and our MPP, who also sat in on the meeting. And we should have an answer by March 31st. I have had conversations with the Peterborough Family Health Team in regards to what does it look like if we don't get that funding, and stay tuned on that. So hopefully by March 31st. So I felt it was definitely a worthwhile meeting for sure. And then last but not least, on Family Day, make sure that everyone's there and promote. Even though it's not going to be much of a frostival, it's more like a spring fling, but we're going to be there anyway. It's going to be a good day. I'll leave it there unless you have any questions.
Yeah, any questions from council? No, sorry, Candace, time for Family Day?
The activities start at 10 a.m. And that's a dog sleds and something else starts at 10. I can't remember, but most of the festivities start at noon.
Okay.
But everything ramps up at 10. And then the grand opening is at 2. And then there's lots of things that happen throughout the duration. I think it's the Township Cup, 10 to noon. And then, so that's the different municipalities vying. All the staff have put teams in to play against each other as the municipalities. So I'm vying for the first annual Township Cup. Also, Hockeyville nominations are out. So mine's going to be uploaded hopefully tomorrow or the next day at the latest. So please, as counselors, you're not exempt. We get points for every nomination. Mine I'm uploading is a video. So definitely you can do it in writing. Please go on there, and if you feel so inclined to write a nomination or have a family member or a friend write a Hockeyville nomination, it would definitely be appreciated. We've got some up there, but more the merrier, for sure. That's it, I promise.
Okay, thank you. And I don't believe we have to make a motion to accept this, do we?
No.
Okay, next is a general business. Does anybody have any general business at this time?
Not a good sign.
her tea or coffee's gone, so we must be getting close to the end here. No general business. There is no closed session today. There is no notice of motion today. So we are into our bylaws, and our CAO clerk treasurer, you can go forward with the bylaws.
Thank you so much. Being a bylaw to provide for entrance permits in the township of Asphodel-Norwood, be read a first, second, and third time and numbered bylaw 2023-09.
I have a motion, Councillor War, second, Councillor Walsh, all in favor? That is carried. Next one.
Being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2016-79, being a bylaw to regulate open air burning in the township of Asphodel-Norwood, be read a first, second, and third time and numbered bylaw 2023-10.
I have a motion for that. Councillor Hodge-Greaves. Councillor Walsh, all in favor? Carried.
And-
And the next bylaw.
This will include the amendment in the motion during the staff report section, just so you're aware. Being a bylaw to establish fees and charges to be collected by the corporation of the township of Asphodel-Norwood, be read a first, second, and third time and numbered bylaw 2023-11.
And a motion for that one. Councillor Walsh, second, Councillor War, all in favor? And that is carried. And the confirming bylaw?
Being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of the council of the township of Asphodel-Norwood held February 14th, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time and numbered bylaw 2023-12.
And can I have a motion for that one? Councillor Hodge-Graves. Councillor War, all in favor? And that is carried. You see your future meeting schedule there. I believe there'll be more coming on there. We just approved last night the library board meeting, the meetings for the year. So those will be on there the next time. And adjournment recommendation that the meeting held February 14th, 2023 be adjourned at 5:21 p.m. with council to meet for regular meeting on February 28th, 2023, or at the call of the chair. Could I have a motion? Councillor Walsh and seconded by Councillor Hodge-Greaves, all in favor? And that is carried. Whew, longest meeting ever. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your
Thank you.
enjoy your evening. That was a big one.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Happy
Bye-bye.
Valentine's.
Oh, yes. Happy
Yeah, you
Valentine's,
too.
everyone.